what is Java, what are the different kinds of what are the different statements, what are the control statements, what are the variables, operators, what are the concepts that comes in Java. Okay, so first, now if you want to see, I want you, so as per our discussion in the session, so let's first of all observe on what is Java. Okay, now as you already know what is Java, so Java is is a programming language. Okay, it is a high level programming language which was developed by James Gosling. So it was first released in the year of 1995 at Sun Microsystems. So it was first not named as Java, but it was actually named as Oak. Okay, so Oak is nothing but it is the strength of a tree. Okay, so later on they just had this was one reason, and there was another reason that Oak has already been a registered company. Okay, so for that reason they just named it as Java. Like when James Gosling has been discussing regarding the futures of Java and how to deploy this all of these things. So we were having a coffee, so he just saw that there's a coffee and the flames coming out of the cup of a coffee. So this they just named it. They just kept a logo for this. Okay, and if you wanted to see, there is something that comes under is Java Virtual Machine. So Java Virtual Machine, JDK, JRE, and JVM are a heart of Java. Okay, so to understand Java Virtual Machine, first of all, let me recap. I'll just give you an overview on what are the concepts that we are going to cover in this session. Okay, so the very first thing that we saw is what is Java, or in the introduction to Java. Okay, and now we are going to see JDK, what is Java Development Kit, what is Java Runtime Environment, and what is Java Virtual Machine, what are the pros or advantages of it and all. Okay, and then definitely you require some syntax, right? See, if you have any software that you need to use it, you definitely require some syntax or some data types. If you are writing some wrong syntax, okay, then you'll be getting some error message where the JVM will throw an error stating that this is not syntactically correct. Okay, all of these things let's see in further sessions. And then the another thing that's important is regarding the operators and the variables in Java. Okay, so you need to know what is an operator in Java and what are the uses when you're using this operators or operands in Java, and what are the variables, what is the use of using the variables, and how do we allocate the values into the particular variables, and how does it get and stored into the RAM. Okay, next there is some another important, this is a very important topic. Okay, this is something which is called as control statements. Okay, so what do you mean by control statements? So control statement is nothing but, see, the program, whatever the program that you're writing, okay, it is nothing but the set of instructions that you are giving to the computer, correct? So when you're giving some set of instruction, so what is the task of the computer? It should execute the program in a sequential order, and it should finish the execution that is aligned to the computer in a correct format. Correct. So now here we will be able to see there are three kinds of decision making control statements. Okay, one is decision making statement where you'll be having if, and inside the if you'll be having if else, nested if else. Okay, and then the second thing that comes in the decision making statements is switch statement. And then in the second thing, you'll be having looping statements, which is also called as iterative statements. So which is nothing but it also goes in iterating. Iterating is nothing but it is just a repeating process which is happening again and again. Okay. Then for loop, while loop, do while loop, for each loop. Okay, so the advanced for loop is something which is called as for each loop. Okay, you can also say it as an enhanced for loop. Okay, so for each loop is also called as enhanced for loop. Then you'll be having some another concept called as jump statements. So sometimes you usually have to break the particular statement, like when the condition you wanted to make it as a false, and then you want to break the statement, and when you wanted to skip some conditions, okay, when while you are testing or something like when you are developing. So then we'll be using this continuous statement. And I think you already know what is this object-oriented programming. Okay, so these OOPs are the very important concepts in Java. Okay, you'll be having abstraction, polymorphism, encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism. Okay, so now if I talk about abstraction, okay, abstraction is nothing but it's kind of hiding the details. Okay, hiding the details. So let me give you some small example on what is an abstraction. So let's say that you have a mobile phone with you. Okay, so you'll just give a call or you'll just send a text message, whereas you don't require how to call, what is the transmission media, etc. Or else let me give you some casual example, like if you go to the DMart or some Walmart, okay, and you'll be buying some groceries, then he'll just send the bill of whatever the groceries that you have purchased, right? So the groceries that are related to you in the bill will be shown to you, and there will be some many customers, so all of those bills will not be shown to you personally, correct? So that is nothing but an abstraction, okay, which means hiding the details of something which is not required to you. Okay, and then you have some different concept called as polymorphism. So what do you mean by polymorphism? Polymorphism is nothing but you'll be having it in a many forms. Okay, we'll just see this in a further session in a detailed manner. And then you'll be having this encapsulation. So what do you mean by encapsulation? Encapsulation is nothing but wrapping the data, which means you're joining the data. So let's say if you have a capsule with you, okay, and if you observe in the capsule or a tablet, you'll be having two colors, okay, so which means one is called a data and one is called a method. I'll just show you with the clear examples in the further session. So let's say you'll be having a class, and then inside the class, definitely it will be the combination of variables and a method. So what is a variable? Variable is something where it is holding some values. So what are the values? Values is nothing but that's a data. Okay, so the combination of variables and methods is something which is called as a class. So where we'll be having this in a many forms is something which is called as a polymorphism. Clear? And then here there's one other topic which is called as inheritance. So what do you mean by inheritance? Inheritance is nothing but you are inheriting the properties. So from whom you are inheriting the properties. Okay. So in inheritance, you'll be having different kinds of inheritance like single level inheritance, multi-level inheritance, multiple inheritance, hybrid inheritance, hierarchical inheritance. So we'll be seeing all of this in a detailed manner, but let me give you an overview on this. So inheritance is nothing but inheriting the properties from a parent class. If you want me to give a real world example or a real time example, okay, so what's that? Now, let's say now I'm a girl, okay. So I came from my parents, okay, which means I'll also have some similar features which my mom and dad have. Let's say my mom is very tall, okay, and my dad is very short, so I'm little taller. And let's say my dad is fair and my mama is dark, so I got this fairer skin. So which means we are trying to inherit some properties. So inheriting the properties, or you can give you so simultaneously you can say it as inheriting the genes from your parents is something which is called as inheritance. Okay, so let's see all of this in a detailed manner in the further session. Now, okay, so we have this exception handling. Okay, what is this exception handling? Now, as I told you, we'll be having syntactical errors and semantic errors also in this Java. So if it is syntactic errors or the syntax error, that is very easily identifiable by the user who are using it. Okay, because it will, I'll just show you on how it shows when we get an error. Okay, now if it is a real-time project and if you are trying to run your programs and if you are getting errors, okay, now if it is a smaller program, that is completely fine. But now, what if you are having a larger application in your hand, but you have to test it? And when you're testing it, you have to wait for so long and then you're getting an errors. Correct? So in such kind of scenarios, there is some concept called as exception handling. Okay, which means this helps you to run your program in a smoother way. Okay, and it helps you to handle errors. Okay, let's say that I'll be giving you 1 by 0. Okay, so what is 1 by 0? Which will give you infinity. Okay, and let's say that it is, let's say I have given array size as 5. Okay, now when I say, let me give you a small example. Let's say that I'm available only for 5 students. Okay, so I'm taking only 5 students, and if I'm trying to add some another student in the like 6th student in the same class, where it will throw an error to me while you're writing a program, because you told that I need a fixed size of 5 people, which means only 5 students are allowed, but you're trying to enter the 6th variable or the 6th student, where in the memory it will not allow you to do that. Okay, so to handle, we'll be getting array index sort of bounds exceptions for that. Okay, so to avoid all of these kind of scenarios, we'll be using this exception handling. So we'll be having two kinds of exception handling, where one thing called as checked exceptions and unchecked exceptions. So we'll be seeing that in the further session. Now, input and output in Java. I think I don't have to explain much in this, because you'll be having some different kinds of operations. You'll be having a read file, write file, input buffer stream and all. Okay, so we'll discuss that as well. As I told you that we are going to discuss about this JDK, JRE and JVM. Okay, so first you also need to understand what's a library. Okay, so when you're running a tool, which means we will be having it as a combination of libraries and the frameworks for sure. Okay, so now let me tell you something. So to import or to write a program for some mathematical operation. Okay, so to write that, I'll be importing some package which is called as math package. Okay, and let's say I have already allocated some small value in the local way as a local variable, like inside the main method. Let's say that I have allocated a variable like int a is equals to 10. Okay, so this is said to be a local variable because I'm using it inside the class. But now let's assume that I don't want to give it in a local variable because I'm not only one user. I have multiple users who will be using this application. So I have to think in a broader way. So here we have a class called a scanner class for this. Okay, what is the scanner class for? So this scanner class helps you in writing or entering your input in a console screen. Okay, so we'll be having all of these different kinds of perspectives to understand. So let's see this in the next session. So this is just a conclusion and overview of your Java program, and here I'll be discussing with you regarding this JDK, JRE versus JVM, what are the OOPS concepts that comes into the pictures, and the data types, so like what are the different kinds of data types, the primitive data types or the non-primitive data types, what all comes under the primitive, what all comes under the derived data types, okay, and what are the different kinds of variable like local, static, and instance variables, what are the different kinds of operators, so arithmetic operators, logical operators, bitwise operators, there are ternary operators. Okay, so all of these operators and control statements, or this is also something which is called as control structures. Okay, so where we were discussing about the decision making statement, jumping statements, or the looping statements. Okay, and we'll also discuss about this, what are the classes, what are the objects, and all. Okay, now let me show you on how I can create a class. Okay, so first let me tell you on how to create a project. So let me say file, go to new, click on the project. Okay, so now this is an Eclipse. Okay, so the Eclipse is an IDE where it helps you to run the program. Okay, so just click on the Java project, click on next. Okay, and here if you observe, this is your project name. So let me tell you, this is for HKR Trainings. This is my project. Okay, and here if you observe, this is the default location. Okay, what is it? This is the default location which is checked. Now let's say I don't want the default location where it is getting stored. Okay, for that you can go browse, and wherever you wanted to store this project, you can just select it and browse it. Okay, and I'm using this as a default location itself, and this is your JRE that you're running. And here, if required, you can use this JRE and the JDK. You can just modify it here if required. Okay, but now, as of now, I'm not doing any changes. I'm just writing the project name and just click on finish. Okay, if you observe here, this is HKR Trainings package. Sorry, project has been created. So this project also has a source folder inbuilt. Okay, now to create a package, I have to say new. I have to go to the package. See, if I'm not going and if I'm not creating a package, what happens is, now let's say we had a topic called as control flow structures, right? So all of these programs that are related to control flow structures, I'm not creating any package. And if I'm trying to write all the programs, okay, so what happens is it will be difficult for you to analyze. Okay, got the point? So let me give you some small example. Let's say that there is a glass box, okay, where you are able to see, what you are able to identify, this is a pineapple juice, this is an apple juice, and this is a orange juice. Okay, and let's say that your glass has been covered with some color, okay, like white, red color water bottle and violet color water bottle, where you are not able to see the color. So it is difficult for you to judge and analyze which juice is present in which water bottle. Correct. So if it is a white and a transparent water bottle, then it is easier for you to analyze. Yes, here this is an apple juice, this is a mango juice, and this is an orange juice. Correct. So the similar way here, the transparent bottle is something which is a package. Okay, so when you are saying it as a package, so all the related stuff of a programs will be present inside the package. Okay, but if you're not using the particular package and if you're trying to store everything, so what happens is if you're not giving any package, so it will be directly stored into the default package. Now let me say new, let me create a normal and the first class. So let's say hello Java, first program. Okay, always remember that the first letter should not start with the numbers and all. Okay, it should be with the uppercase. Okay, and here if you observe, the first letter should be uppercase in the class name. If I'm giving it as a smaller case, then we'll be getting it as a warning. Now, right now, as I told you that I'm not creating any package, right? So here I'm getting the warning stating that the use of a default package is discouraged. Okay. And let me click on finish. Okay. I just clicked on finish. So this is my hello first Java program. So I'll be saying system.out.println. Okay, so this is my system.out.println. So why I'm not getting this is because always remember that the Java program will be starting from a main method only. So public static void main string args. So this is my system.out.println where I'm writing hi, hello, Java. Clear? Now, also I'll just help you in understanding in a further session on what is public, what is static, what is void main, and what are strings. Okay, so for that, now let me run this. So I'll say run as Java application, but it is not happening. Correct? Here it is saying syntax error on token public has expected, but okay, so now click inside this, just check that you are not able to run, and here it is saying run configuration. Now, you have to do the configuration, but now let me create a package. So to create a package, I'm saying create package. So remember in the node that the package name first letter should be of a lowercase. First program. So if I'm saying F as a capital letter, what it is saying discourage the package name. So by convention, package name usually starts with a lowercase is the warning that I'm getting. So I'll be using this. Okay. First program. So here, let's say now new class. Okay, what is the first letter? First letter should be uppercase for Java class. So here itself, I'm directly selecting the public static void main. Now let me run the same setting system.out.println, and here I'm saying hi, hello, Java. So to run this, I'll say run as, see, I'm able to get this Java application. Now run as Java application. So when you are using this run as Java application, see, this is the output that I'm getting, stating that hi, hello, Java. So whatever the statements that you are printing, that will be shown in the console part. So what you need to do, just go after the main method, right click. So run as Java application is the only thing that you need to give. Okay. So this is some basic stuff that you need to understand on how to create a project, how to create a package, and also how to create a class. So if you're not creating any class, and if you're not if you're not creating any package, and if you're trying to create a class, where does it get stored? It goes and gets stored defaultly in the default package. Okay. So now, so this is your basic program. Now let me print something. So system.out.println, I'll say by Java. Okay. So this is a string. Okay. So which means it is a collection of characters. So it should always, and it should be enclosed with a double quotes. Okay. So hi, hello Java. So I'll be saying run as Java application. So you're getting this. Okay. Now, so here system.out.println, Okay, the system is a class, out is an object, so println is a method. We will discuss all of this detailedly in the further session. Okay, now the keywords that you are able to see which are highlighted in a violet color or the purple color is something which is called as a keyword. Okay, so what is keywords? Keywords are something which is also called as a reserved word. Okay, so there is a note that the keywords of the reserved words are used as a class name. Okay, now, so now we just saw on how to print this. So when I want to print this in the next line, so this is how it shows. So system dot println. Let me type println. Yes, processing, something like this. Okay. Okay, so now so I'll say it is still executing. Okay, so now just try to understand what is making a difference. Okay, run as Java application. So when I'm saying run as Java application, see, hi, hello Java has been printed in one line. Okay, but program is processing is my second line of a statement, and by Java is my another line of a statement. But why I'm getting both of those statements in a single line? Let me point. So hi, hello Java is println ln, okay, which is a different line. So program is processing is some another line where I did not use ln, which means it will not print in the next line. Okay, so by Java I have used it in a println, so it is still executing, and by Java I have done it in the same way, so it is not printing. If I'm using println, so now see what's happened. What happens is all of these statements will be printed in the new lines. Println itself tells you that each and every statement should be printed in a new line. See, hi, hello Java, program is processing by Java. It is still executing by Java. Okay, which means ln is helping you to execute your program in each and every line. Okay, so now, as I told you that you need to understand about what is JDK, what is JRE, and what is JB. Okay, so now as far as we already discussed regarding what is JRE. Okay, so what is JRE? JRE is nothing but it is a combination of library files and JVM. So what were the library files? Library files were something where let me show you. Okay, so this is a library file. Okay, which is a combination of packages and the classes. So what are the classes? Let's say scanner is a class, socket is a class. So let's say system is a class and math is a class. Okay, so where is this coming from? These are coming from the package when you are importing lang package. Okay, so this is a library. Okay, so in that kind of scenarios, so JDK is nothing but it is a combination of JR is nothing but it is a combination of library files and JVM. RE is a combination of library files and JVM. Okay, now, let's say why you require this JRE. What is this JRE referring for? Okay, this JRE is nothing but Java runtime environment. Okay, now why am I saying this runtime environment? See, if you are having some programs to run, then you definitely require some environment to run your code, right? So for that itself, we had this library files has been included in this. Okay, where the programs that you wanted to run, we had created such an environment where you'll be able to run your programs. It's something which is called as JRE. Okay, so now what is JDK? JDK is a Java Development Kit. Okay, so what is Java Development Kit? So the tools that you're trying to develop and the runtime environment, which is a combination of JRE is giving you JDK. Okay, so now what if I say Java Virtual Machine? What about Java Virtual Machine? What is Java Virtual Machine? JVM is something which is called as Java Virtual Machine. Okay, so what is this? This is nothing but it's a combination of compiler plus interpreter. Okay, so now what is the JDK? JDK is nothing but it is a software development environment. Okay, so this environment will help you to develop the applications where JRE, whatever the Java runtime environment is there, it is helping you in implementing the Java virtual machine. Okay, so now let me show you something. Now when I'm just when I'm just running this program or when I'm saving this program, so if I say when I'm just clicking on the save button, it says it will load. Correct. Now if I'm writing like this in the system, so it is throwing an error stating that SSM cannot be a result type because it is a syntax error. So this syntax error will be shown by the JVM. Okay, what is that? Java Virtual Machine will be showing us this error message. Okay, so now when I say run as Java application, what is happening? Actually, it is loading the code and it is also executing the code. It is also validating whether it is syntactically correct or not. Okay, so all of these things will be taken care by JVM. Okay, who will be taking care about all of this? Java Virtual Machine will be taking care about loading the code, executing the code, and if there are any errors that are present in the code, okay, so all of this will be taken care by them. And also, now let me show you something. You have created this package and you have created this class, a class name called as hi, right? So let me click on this, right click on the project name, go to the properties. Okay, so if you're going into the properties, you are able to see this button in the resource. Just click on this. Okay, so now when I'm just clicking on this, see here it is navigating me into. So in Windows C, there is a folder called users. Inside users, there's Omega, and then inside this Eclipse workspace. So what is Eclipse workspace? You know that Eclipse is an IDE where you're running your code, correct? Where you're running your programs. Now, this workspace helps you to store whatever the class files or whatever the program files that you wanted to store. Okay, here it will be stored in locally. Now, this is how this defaultly it happens. SRC bin. So if you go into SRC, see hello Java first program.java. Okay, where is this stored? It is the default package. If you observe hello Java first program Java. Okay, where is this? This has been stored in a different in the default package. Okay, now we had a package created. What is the package that has been created? Package is first program. Okay, if you are entering into the first program, how many programs are there? Classes are there? Hi is only class that we have. Okay, so this is how you will be going, and this you will be checking where your class files are present in your local machine. Clear? Okay. So now, as far as we saw about what is JDK, what is JRE, what is JVM, and what are and how to create a project, how to create a package, what are the different kinds of classes. Okay, see, observe this. Class is nothing but it's a combination of methods and the data in it. Okay, I'll just show you by giving some another classes also. Now, so there is some concept called as variables. Okay, so what is a variable according to you? So now a variable is nothing but a variable is a container which holds the value. Okay, so why am I saying that it is a container? Now let's say if you wanted to store some water, okay, will you be able to hold it in hand? No, right? Because it just drops off from your hand and you'll not have the same quantity if you are holding it in a hand when compared to when you're saving the water in a water bottle or in a pot. Correct? So similarly, here also you have to store whatever the values that you wanted. Okay, you have to store these values in a variable. Okay, so what is a value now? 20 is also a value, or you can say ABC is the value, or you can say C is a value. Okay, so these are the values. So where you have to store it now? For this A is something which is called as a variable. Okay, and B is equal to ABC is something which I say that B is a variable and ABC is a value.
and C is a variable where I have G as a value. Okay, so now if you are able to watch this, you are not able to understand what is making the difference between three of them. Okay, yes, it do makes a difference when you are using this with a specific data types. And also do remember that every statement in Java should end with a semicolon, excluding the class name when you're opening the classes on the main method. Okay, for methods and for the classes, you're not supposed to give semicolon. Let me show you some small example. Let's say if I'm giving semicolon here. See, it is throwing an error. Okay, so similarly, whatever the data values that you are giving, for that you are supposed to give semicolon for sure after you finish a statement. Now, you're not supposed to give it for methods and for the class names. Clear? Now, so to make some sense for this, variables and the data types comes into the picture. So here also you should make sure that you are ending the statement with a semicolon. Now, what is this 20 referring for? This 20 is a data type, correct? So here we have this data type. So you should say int is a data type and this is ABC. So what is this A? What is this B? What is the C? So ABC is nothing but it is a collection of characters. So what is a character here? G is a character. Okay, where you'll be having it char C is equals to G. Why? Because only one single alphabet is called as a character. Okay, so this G has been storing into the variable called as C with a data type called as character, which is char. Now, what is ABC, which is nothing but a sequence of characters, or you can say collection of characters. Then this has a data type called as string. Okay, so now I'll say data type variable where you are giving it as a value. Okay. So what we usually used to do is I used to give something like this, int A. So what is this? So int is something which is called as a data type. And what is A? A is nothing but it is a variable. Okay. Is a variable holding any value? No. Okay. So this is something which is called as declaration of a variable. Now, so we don't have not only the declaration, but we also have some another thing which is called as initialization. Okay, so what is the initialization? So initialization is nothing but you are initializing the value, which is said to be something like this. A is equals to 10. So what is this? Initializing the value. Okay, to write it in two different formats, so we are directly giving it as A is equals to 10. A is equals to 20. Which means A into A, the variable declaration is already done and initialization is already done. So why am I saying declaration is done? Because value is getting stored into the variable. And why I'm saying initialization is done is because 20 ABC values are getting stored here. Okay, so this is how the variables get stored. Clear with this concept called variables? Or do you have any questions? Do let me know in the further sessions. Okay, now let's go with this another concept, which is called as, we have some another concept that is to be discussed. So in this, we have local variable, static variable, and also instance variable. Okay, I'll just tell you in the further session. Yeah, but now let me go with this data types. So what is a data type according to you? So the data type which is storing only the particular kind of values. See, now I cannot use string here. Okay, why I can't use string? Because it is a number. So it is mandatory that if it is a number, you are only supposed to use the data type called as integer. If it is a character, you are only supposed to use this. If it is true or false, then you are supposed to use a data type called as boolean. D is at least true or false, something like this. Okay. So now let us write a small code on how to write the code for data types. Okay, so I'm just creating here, stating that class data types example. So I'm checking this box called as public static void main. If you don't want it to, you can write it manually. Okay, but it is a good habit if you are selecting this. I'm saying public study government finish. Okay. Now, how can I write a code for data type? Any idea? Any suggestions that you want me to give on how to write? Okay. So let me write this data type. Okay. Now, always to make sure that the class is open. Okay. Now, data types example is a class name. Okay. Public is an access modifier where you'll be having public, private, protected, and default. Okay. All of these comes under access modifier. We'll see in the further sessions. Okay. So now the data type example is a class name. So before class name, there should be a keyword called as class for sure. So this is public static void main. So we'll be seeing regarding this. Now, if you're coming into the data types, I'll say int a is equals to 10. Okay. And then, so there is something called as double data types also, which means you'll be having primitive data types and non-primitive data types. Okay, I'll just explain that here. This is double. Now let's say I have char, where you'll be giving it as a character, which means a single alphabet. Okay, you are not supposed to enclose this in a double characters, being a characters. So now this is a string. So I'll say string B is something that is equal to ABC or hello, something like that. Okay, and this string S is not capital. Is S capital or not? Okay, so now if I observe, I'm getting this duplicate variable. Okay, also you need to understand if I give D is equals to 10.5. Okay, and if I'm still trying to give D is equals to something like 10. Okay, so what happens? The value will be updated automatically. So always it's a good practice to give different variables. Okay, I'll say string D1 is equals to ABC. Now, if you observe, I'm getting a warning here because it is saying these are the local variables. So why I'm saying this as local variable? Because this is inside the class. Okay, so the class is closed here. Okay, so within the class that is specified, then it is said to be a local variable. So it is telling me that this local variable is not used anywhere. So for that, system.out.println, let me print A. Then system.out.println, let me print D. System.out.println, let me print this C. And also do remember that Java is case sensitive. Okay, one thing which is an uppercase should be an uppercase, or something which is a lowercase should be of lowercase for sure. Okay, now let me show you some another. Now let's say you also have Boolean data type where you have to validate whether it is a true or false. Now why am I getting error? Because I did not declare any variable. So .out.println, I'll say E. Now let me run this. Run as Java application. It will tell you that all of these values will be printed. What is the value of A? 10 will be printed. What is the value of D? 10.5. What is the value of C? G. Next, ABC. Next, true will be printed. Now let me try to print. So system.out.println, let me say capital A. Okay, instead of this A, small a, where 10 values stored, if I'm trying to use capital A, what is it saying? It is saying create a variable because we don't have any such kind of variables. So it is throwing an error. Now, let me use small a itself. Okay, but instead of the small, let me give the double quotes. So when I'm enclosing this with the double quotes, what happens is no matter what the value that is present, if you want to get the value, then you should not give double quotes. Okay, but if you need something which to be printed mandatorily in the console part, so let me show you the console part. So what's the console? This is your output console. Okay, see now for A in the 16th line, if you observe system.out.println A, it is printing the value. Why it is printing the value? Because I have stored it in a variable format. Okay, so then it is saying value 10 is printing. Now, when I'm saying A that is enclosed with the double quotes, what is happening? A is printed. Okay, so anything that is enclosed in a double quote will be printing you in the console part. Okay, so if you need only the values, you are not supposed to use the double quotes. Clear with this data types? Okay, so to make clear for you, we are having two types in data types. So one is primitive data types. Okay, so the another one is said to be non-primitive data types. So what is non-primitive data types is also called as derived data types. What is this? Derived data types. Okay, so non-primitive data type. Okay, so what is this primitive data types? So the data that we tried just now. Okay, example, integer, long, float, double, string, char, boolean, etc. Okay, so all of this comes under primitive data. Now let's say non-primitive data types. What will comes under this derived data types like array list, hash map, preset, okay, arrays, classes, interfaces. Okay, so these all comes under non-primitive data types. So why am I saying this as non-primitive data types? Any idea on why am I saying this as non-primitive data types? Is because these are also, this will also act as class name. Okay, these are something which is called as predefined classes are also available. Okay, so for that reason, these are said to be derived data types. We'll discuss this derived data types is a big concept. We'll discuss that in a further sessions. Okay, so hope you understand what is a data type, what is a variable, what are the values. So what are the primitive data types, what are the different kinds, what are the examples, and what is non-primitive data types. So hope you are clear with the data type session. Hello. Okay, so now so we are done with the data type session. Okay, so what if let's go with the operators. Okay, so now what are we done with? We are done with the data types, variables, and all of this. Okay, see, we went through this Java virtual machine syntax, data types. So now let's see, variables are also done. So I'll just show you on how we can write about operators. Now, to understand operators, what are operators? What are operators? Any idea on what are operators? Operators and operand is different. Now, what is an operator? So if I say A plus B, so what is this A plus B is referring for? A is a operand, B is an operand, and plus is referring for a operator. Okay, so how I can say that? A is a operand, B is also operand. Okay, plus is a operator. So how can I say that it is an operator? Plus is an operator, minus, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus. All of these are operators. So anything which is between the operators or something, or anything that is surrounded with this operator is something which is called as a operands. Okay, so this are operands. I think you already know about what is an arithmetic operators, correct? Okay, so what's this? So you require addition operator, subtraction operator, multiplication operator, division operator, and also the modulus operator. Okay, so all of these operators are required to you when you are doing this arithmetic operators. Now let's see on how we can write a code or write the logic for this arithmetic operators. Yeah. Okay. So let me write it here, new class. Okay, so arithmetic operator. Operators. Okay, so how do you write a code for arithmetic operators? So where you need to declare two variables. Okay, so if you don't wanted to use two variables inside the class itself, so there is some other class called as scanner class. Okay, where you will be able to enter a particular variables or the values in the console part. Okay, as of now, I'm just taking the variables locally. So int A, let me tell you, int A is 10, and then int B is 5. Okay, so you can write in this two different formats, or else you can say int B1 is equals to 10, comma, then you can directly say B2 is equals to 5. Okay, so these are the two different ways to write it. Now, so I'll be saying system.out.println. I wanted to print the value of A plus B. Now, system.out.println, I'll be saying A minus B. System.out.println, let me say A star B. I mean multiplication, okay? System.out.println. Okay, so this is how you usually do it. So system.out.println, and then you'll be giving A modulus B. Now, if you wanted to understand what is your expected output, 10 plus 5 will be giving you 15, and 10 minus 5 will be giving you 5. 10 into 5 will be giving you 50, divide by. Okay, now this is how you'll be getting as an output. So the lines that you're able to see in green color is something which is comments, which will be ignored by the Java compiler, which will be ignored by the JVM. Okay, just see what the values if you're getting. So A plus B, 10 plus 5 is 15, 10 minus 5 is 5, 10 into 5 is 50, and then 10 divided by 5, 5 to 10, right? So 2, and then the modular division is nothing but that is a reminder value. Okay, the reminder value that you're getting. Now, let's say if you're using as a small program, that is fine for you. But let's say if you're using some larger programs, okay, when you're in an interview and when you have been into the project and then you wanted to use the particular variables, okay, so you are not supposed to use directly like this. There will be some errors will be popped up. Okay, so should not. So to avoid the errors, we always try to store the values in our variables and use the variables directly. Okay, so how do you do that? So C is equals to, let me say, B1 plus B2. Okay, or you can say int B is equals to B1 minus B2. Then int C is equals to, int E is equals to B1 into B2. F says B1 divided by B2. Int B1 modulus B2. Clear with us? So here, why am I getting error? Just because of the data type. So why am I giving int? Because B1 and B2 values 10 and 5, which are storing, are the values of variables. Now here instead, I can directly use the variables, stating that this is C, okay, and this is D, E, F, G. Okay, still you'll be getting same values. Okay, though the values are same, what is the different thing that you have done is by storing the values into the particular variable and storing the values without using the variable. See, these are the two different values that you're getting: 15, 5, 52, 0, 15, 5, 52, 0. This is by storing the values in the variables, and this is by storing this without a variable. Okay. And now, not only this, we'll be having some different kind of operators as well. The logical operators, bitwise operators, ternary operators, and all. Okay. So let me show you the smaller example on what is a ternary operator. Okay. So what's a ternary operator? Ternary operator is something which refers to the question mark. Okay, this is ternary operator. Okay. So what is the syntax for it? So you definitely need to understand on what is the syntax for ternary operator. Okay. Now let me write the syntax for this. So you'll be having a variable that is declared. Then similarly, you need to write if the given condition is true or false. Okay, if the given condition is true, then you need to print the first condition. If the given condition is false, okay, let's say that this is your condition. I'll be using this ternary operator. Okay, and here I'll say some first variable or the first condition, and then we'll be having the second condition or the second variable. So what does this mean? If the condition is true here, then this one will be printed. If the condition is false, then the second one which is there will be printed. Okay, so now let's see this one in the further sessions. Okay, so if you let me recap what all we discussed today. So we just discussed on what is a class, what is a variable, what is Java, what is Java virtual machine, what is JDK, what is Java runtime environment, what are the syntax, or what is the data types, what are the different kinds of data types. So which is a primitive data type and non-primitive data types. The primitive data types includes integer, character, short, long, double, in, float, etc. And non-primitive data types comes under the array list, array, hash map, classes, interfaces. All of this comes under non-primitive data types, which are also called as derived data types. So why you are calling it as derived data types? Because the things that all come under non-primitive data types are a predefined classes. Okay. And then we also saw what's an operator and what are the variables. So what is a variable? Variable is nothing but it is a container where it is holding the value. Okay, it will be where it will be stored in a RAM. And then you'll have something called as an operator. So you just saw what is a declaration of variable, how to initialize the values in a variable, right? And we also saw about what is a local variable, static variable, and instance variable. We'll see this topic in the further session. So we just discussed about what is a local variable. The variable which is declared within the class itself is something which is called as a local variable. And we just discussed about the operator. So what is operator? Operators is something where your addition, subtraction, multiplication, whatever the operators that are performed. We also discussed about what are the operands, and we just saw what are the control structures. We just saw the overview. We just also saw on how all of your class files will be stored in a local machine. Okay, so tomorrow let's resume the sessions with the operators. Okay, so we were talking about ternary operators yesterday. So what do you mean by ternary operator and how do we code it? Now we'll be just looking into this ternary operator. Now when I'm talking about the ternary operator, so this is how it should be. Let's say that I'm giving some values like int 5, okay, and then int b is equals to something like 7. Clear? So I want the minimum value from it. So I'll say int minimum is equals to, so let me give the condition a greater than b. If a is greater than b is the condition, then I'm saying to print a or b. Okay, now whatever the value that you are trying to store, that will be stored in a variable called as minimum variable. So I'll say system.out.println, print the value of minimum. Now, so what happens now when I say a is equals to 5, b is equals to 7? Okay, so 5 less than 7 is true. So what is the value of a? A value is 5. So 5 should be printed here. Okay, but why 7 is getting printed? Any idea on why 7 is getting printed? Because I said 5 greater than 7, right? So a value is 5, 5 which is greater than 7 is false. So when it is false, this is the second condition that need to be printed. If it is true, then this is how it should be printed. Okay, so let me give you something like this. If you need minimum value, you have to use this. So A is less than B, right? So 5 less than 7. Okay, so 5 less than 7 is true. So when it is true, A value will be printed because which is the first condition, 5 value is printed. If false, then the second condition, B value will be printed. Okay. Now this is of the minimum values. So let's say that I also need the maximum value. So how I can take the maximum value out of it? So what is the maximum value when compared with A and B? So B is a maximum value, right? So now also where you need to understand that the variables, minimum is a variable where it is holding this or the values or the whatever the condition or the expression. Okay. So when minimum is already given, you cannot use the same value again. So rename minimum. So instead of minimum, I'm just making it as maximum value. Okay. So A greater than B. I'm trying to make the condition false. So now when I'm trying to make the condition false, what is the correct thing here? 5 greater than 7, right? So 5 greater than 7 is false. So A is not printed. B value, which is max value, which is 7, will be printed. Now just observe, you'll be getting this minimum value. See, you're getting 5 and 7. Okay. To understand, you can also make sure that system order println minimum value. Then you can also say this out. Maximum value. Okay, or else you can also say this minimum value plus minimum. Okay, and in the maximum value, you can also give plus max. Now I'm just commenting the statement. So when you're commenting the statements, this will not be executed again. Run as Java application. Now just see. So you are able to understand that the minimum value is 5 and the maximum value that is given is 7. Okay, now if I uncomment this, okay, then it says minimum value is 5 and then 5. Maximum value is 7 and then 7 also will be printed. Okay, something like this. This is about ternary operator. Now, we have logical operator. Okay, so how do you write the logical operator? How do you code for the logical operator? Any idea, guys? Okay, so just give me a minute. Now, let's say that I have x here. X. And this is y. And here I can say x ampersand y. So what is this ampersand referring for? It says logical and x or y not equals x not equals y. Okay, so there is a saying that if it is a logical and, what should happen? So this logical and logical or, we are supposed to use a data type called as Boolean data type. Okay, so the true and false values. So to store the values of true and false, we should use a data type called as Boolean. Now let's say I'm using true. True, false, and this is also false. Then true, then false, again it is false. Clear? The thing that you need to understand here is for logical and, it will be true if there are two truths. If two values are true, then x logical and y will be true. Rest false. Okay. Now, the two values false. If two values are false, then logical OR. So what's the logical OR symbol? This pipe symbol. Okay. It will be false. Rest, it will be true. Hope you remember about the conjunction and disjunctions that you learn in your schooling. Okay. Now, what is not equals? Not equals is nothing but the negation. So which is opposite. False. So what will be the value of x? It will be, okay, it will be opposite. So based on this, can you tell me now what I should get? So here it is true. Rest, all of them will be false. Because only for logical and it will be true, rest it should be false. Okay, so here all of them are false. So if you observe for the logical OR, both the values should be false, then only it is false. Rest it should be. Okay. So now come here. What is the opposite value of true? It is false. Okay. So I have to keep something like false. Next true, then again you'll get false. Next here, false. So I'll be getting true. Next here also I'll get. Now here it is false. Opposite of true is false. Then again false, it's true. Then again true, so it will be false. Then again false, it will be true. Okay, so based on this, we are supposed to write the code. Now let's see how we can write a logical operator. How we can write the code for logical operator. Logical operator example. Okay, so can you tell me on how we can write the code for logical operator? Okay, so now first of all, I am supposed to take two values, right? So what are the two values? One is true and one is false. Okay, so try to use with the different concepts. Give one true, give one false, give both of them true, give both of them false, and just try. Okay, then you'll be able to understand. Okay, so right now, how I can do, I'll say, so for the data type, if you want to get the values of true or false, then we are supposed to use the values, we are supposed to use the data type, which is called as a Boolean. Okay, so I'll say Boolean. So Boolean A, true, then Boolean B is equals to false. So how we can write a logic? So in order to println, I can directly say A greater than B, logical and A greater than C. Okay. So how is this possible? Are we? Is this correct? So true greater than false or false greater than true is not a correct thing, right? So it definitely needs some values to identify whether the given value can be. Okay. So when I say X value is given as true and Y value is given as false, so do you really think that we need to allocate values like this? No, because see, if true greater than false, so when I give here A greater than B, so true greater than false, does it make any sense? No, right? So for that, we need to allocate the values. So what are the values? Let's say that I'm giving int A value as 10, okay, and then I'm giving int B value as 5. Okay, so now if I say A greater than B, so what is this? A greater than B is true. Correct. So 10 greater than 5 is true. Then what is the logical? And 10, which is greater than the C value, which I did not give. C value also, let's say that is somewhere around 8. You can give like this. It is 8. So what is the value that you'll be getting? So true, which is greater than, sorry, true, logical, and true. So you'll be getting true as your answer. Let's see what's the value that you'll get. You're getting true. Because when two values are true in the logical and, you'll be getting it as true. Okay, true, logical, and we'll be getting. Now, logical and is done. So how we can write for logical or? Okay, A greater than B. Let us take logical and itself and try to fail the condition. Okay, so now what happens? 10 greater than 5 is true. Logical and 8 is greater than 10 is false. Right? So true, logical, and false should give you false. Now run it again. So you'll be getting true and false. Okay, you got true and false. Now let's validate it for OR. System.out.println logical or A greater than C. Now what happens in logical or? This operator does not check for the second condition if the first condition is true. Okay, it checks for the second condition only if the first condition given is false. Got the point? For logical and it will be validating for both the conditions, but when it is coming for logical or, it will not check for the second condition if the first condition is true. It goes and it checks for the second condition only if the first condition is false. Now let us say 10 greater than 5 is true. Right? So I'm giving logical or. Then I'll say 10 greater than 8. What is this? This is false. Correct. So what's the value that you'll be getting? True. Correct? Let's see, you have to get true, false, true. Okay, you got this. Now I want false. So system.out.println. Let me say A greater than B. Logical or C greater than A. So now what happens? 10 greater than 5, which is true. Okay, and the logical or where 10, which is greater than, sorry, C value is 8, right? So C that is greater than 10. So instead here, let me write B greater than A instead of writing A greater than B. B greater than A. Now what happens? False, logical or false. So it reflects as false. Then as Java application. Okay, see, true, false, true, false. Clear? Okay. So this is about logical operator, and you'll also have assignment operators. Okay, so what is assignment operators? Assignment operator is nothing but where you are assigning some values for it. Assignment operators. Always do make sure that whatever the class name that you are trying to give should be related with the program that you are entering inside. And the first letter should be uppercase for the class name and the first letter should be lowercase for the package. Now, what do you mean by assignment operator? Assignment operator is nothing but you are assigning some values for it. Okay. So how you can actually write the code for this assignment operator? Any idea, guys, on how you can write for assignment operator? Okay. Okay, it is the common operator that helps you in assigning the values to the variable. Okay, now let me give you some small hint. Let's say that A value is 5 and B value is somewhere around 60. Okay, so now I'll say A plus equals 4. So what does this reflects? Okay, what it reflects, it says A is equals to A plus equals 4, which means A is equals to A plus 4. A is equals to A plus 4. So what's the current value of A? A value is 5. So 5 plus 4, which is giving you 9. Okay, so what's the current value of A? It will be 9. Now I'll say B minus or equal to 6. Okay, so what it says, it gives me 10. How? B is equals to B minus 6. So what's the current value? 16. So 16 minus 6 gives you 10. So B value will be 10. If you wanted to add, if you want to subtract for A, so similarly, it will be taking the updated value. So A plus 1. A plus equal to 1. And then here B plus equal to 2. Now let's see what are the values that will be printed. Now you have to get A value as, what's the, okay, we need to print the values, right? So system.out.println, system.out.println A, so println B. Now let's see. So what happens is in the variable, the updated value will be stored. Okay. So what happened first? What was our value? A value, which is 5. Okay. So then again I said 5 plus 4, which I gave as 9. And then next step, I said 9 plus 1. Okay. Where we got 10. Now next again, I told the current value of B is 16. If you observe here, current value of B is 16. So I said 16 to be printed. Then again I said minus 6. So it will be 10. And then again 10 plus 2, it will be 12. Okay, if you observe, that is what we got. Okay, 10 and 12. This is nothing but an assignment operator. So similarly, we'll be having some another operators also. So we are just done with arithmetic operator, assignment operators, ternary operator, logical operator, and we have something called as a bitwise operator, unary operator, and all. But these operators, whatever the operators that we have discussed, will be that these are more familiar. Okay. So now let's see some different kinds of operators. The unary operator. Okay, so let me create here itself in the same logical operators. Okay, so for logical operators, what you need to do is you have to give the 2 or symbols. But for bitwise operators, you are supposed to give only 1 symbol. Let's say only this. Okay. A greater than B or A greater than C, something like this. Okay, so what you need to understand, what is making the difference between the logical or bitwise and bitwise or. Okay, so when I am talking about logical or, it will not check the second condition. When it will not check the second condition, if the first condition is true, it will not check for the second condition. Okay, it checks the second condition only if the first condition or the first thing is false. But when it is coming to bitwise operator, it will always check both the conditions. Whether the first condition may be true or false, it is not required or it is not mandatory. But when I'm giving the bitwise operator, it will check for both the conditions, whether the given first condition is true or it may be false. So now let's say here you have this as a bitwise operator. So what's the value of A? It is 10. So 10 greater than, what is the value of B? B value is 5. And now this is logical or. So then again, I'll say 10 and this 10 greater than C, which is 8. Okay, so true and true logical or false. So what's the value that you'll be getting for the bitwise or? You'll be getting it as false. So now let's. So what's the last value that you're getting is now next. So we'll also have this system.out.println statement for us. So system.out.println. Now, so you are done with the bitwise or, right? So now, if you want to do, so how you can write it for the bitwise and A greater than B? Let me give it as only one and. Okay, for if I'm talking about logical and, then you'll be having 2 ampersands. If I'm saying logical or, then you'll be having 2 pipe symbols. If I say bitwise and, you'll be having only 1 ampersand. And if it is only bitwise or, you'll be having only 1 logical or. Clear with this? Okay. So now to understand what is bitwise, now what is making the difference between logical and bitwise and. So bitwise and operator will not check for the second condition if the first condition is false. That you already know. right? It will go and it will check for the validate for the second condition only if the first and the given condition is true. Then what happens in the bitwise AND operator? It will check for the both condition. So it will not go and it will not validate whether the given condition is true, then I'm not supposed to check for the second condition. No, it's not like that. So though if the first condition might be true or false, it will go and validate for both the conditions. Now Now 10 greater than B, bitwise and 10 greater than 8. Okay, so now instead of making it as A greater than C, let me give something like this, C greater than A. Okay, so what you should get, this is true, right? And the logical, and now 10 greater than 8. So what is the C value? 8. So I should say 8 greater than 10. So what's the value that we will be getting? False. Correct. So now what's the value that you will be expecting? We should expect false. Clear? See, we are getting false. Okay, this false, true, false. So these are the different kinds of operators. So mostly these are the kinds of operator that we usually discuss. Then we'll be having something called as left shift operator and right shift operator. Okay. So how do you say that is a left shift operator and right shift operator? By giving the number. Okay. Now this is how the left shift operator will be. Okay, it will be something like this, giving 10 less than 2. Okay, so when I say 10 less than 2, what happens? So 10 into, so 2 will be the base. So 2 power 2. Okay, so what you'll be getting? 10 into 4, where you'll be getting it as 40. Okay, so that is how left shift operator works. So now what is right shift operator? So right shift operator, it is used to move to the value of left operand. So it will be something like this. Then right shift operator 2. So when it is right shift operator, we will be dividing it. Okay, so 10 divided by 2 power 2. So how do you give it? 10 divided by 4. Okay, so when I say 10 divided by 4, what will be the remainder that you'll be getting? 2. Correct. So because 4 2s are 8. Clear with this? Left shift operator, right shift operator, arithmetic operators, logical operators, bitwise operators, and all. And we also discussed about the ternary operators, assignment operators. Okay, most of all of them are finished. So now let me go and check what's the. So all of these operators are done. Bitwise, shift operators, instance operators. Yeah, I think we already know about the increment operator and decrement operator. So I'll just tell about the increment and decrement operator in the while I start teaching about this control structures. Okay. So when I talk about the control structures, what do you mean by control structures? Control structures is nothing but a control flow statements. Okay, so how can I say about the control flow statements? Any idea on what is control statement? So this is what about it. I think I just gave you an overview yesterday regarding the session, like the decision making statement, loop statement, which is also called as iterative statement, or jumping looping statements, and then we have the break and continue statements. Okay, see, this is how it is. So what is this if statement says? Executes a block of code when the given condition is true. If the given condition is false, it will not execute. Okay, that falls under else block. Okay, so if let's say now I have given the value of A as 10 and B as 20. Okay, so I'm saying 10 is greater than 20. Is that true? No, it is false. Right? So this false will be present in the else block. Now, if I say 20 as A value and B value I'm giving as 30. Okay, so 20 greater, so let's say I'm giving A value as 30 and then 20, B value as 20. So 30 greater than 20 is true, right? So then whatever the statements that are present in the if block will be presented. Next, we'll be having nested if. So what do you mean by nested if? If present inside the if will be giving you as nested if statements. So these all are the syntaxes. Okay, just go with the syntaxes. Now I'll just I'll explain you the code so that it will be easier for you. So how to create a package? Right click, Right click on the HKR Trainings, click on the package, say control structures. Okay, now let me create. Okay, this is an annotation, sorry. New class. So what's the class? I can say the class name is simple if. Let me give the values. Let's say int I is something like 10, int j is 5. Okay, so if I greater than j, if the condition is true, so then go and print something. So what it should print? It should print the value. So what value I want to print? So I'll say I value is greater than something like this. Now let's see. And as Java application. So what you're getting, I value is greater than j. So why you're getting this? Because what is the current value of I? Current value of I is 10 and current value of j is 5. So 10 greater than 5 is true. So that is the reason it is entering inside the loop. Okay, if the condition is false. So now let's say I'm making it as 15 here. Now, sorry. We'll make this like this, but let me give j value as 15. Run as Java application. It is not printing anything, right? Why? Because the given condition is false. So 10 greater than 15 is false, right? So that is the reason. So for making the condition false, then we'll be having else block. So now I'll say class if else example. So let me copy this. So I'll write like 15. Okay, so 10 greater than 15 is false. So it will come here after the else block. It says system ordered println given condition is false. Okay, so run as Java application. And is saying given condition is false. Now, to understand the logical flow of how it is working, I'll just use the breakpoints. Okay, there's some concept called as debugging. I'll say debug as Java application. See the current value of I. What's the I value now? Just mouse over on it. I value is 10. Just come again. Now j value is 50. Okay. Just step over. Now what is happening? Condition is false, right? So what did we see? And if statement, it will be executes a block of code if a specified condition is true. Another block of code will be executed if the given condition is false. So now this block should be skipped because the condition is false. Let's see. See, this has been skipped and directly it has been entered into the else block. Now again do step over, so it will print the value. Given condition is false. Okay. So similarly, just terminate the program. I'll just show you for the simple if also. Now the condition is true here. Right? So let's see, debug as Java application. Just observe, yes. So 10 greater than 5 is true. So it is when entering into the loop if you observe. Okay. So that's how you need to understand. Now, if simple if is done and if else is done. Okay, we have the concept called as nested if else if also. Okay. So what is this if else if? Now, if you have only one condition is false, then you are giving only one else. right? So if there are multiple conditions that are false, so what do you need to do? So that's where if comes into the picture. Okay, so how do we write if or the nested if values for this? So let me create a new class. So what's the class name? Let me name it as if else if example, something like this. Okay, clear? So this is something which is called as if ladder. Now let me instead of going with the syntax, if else is nothing but having if inside the if. Okay, previously you saw if and then you have else, right? So here you can have if, then again else if, then again you can have else also. Now I'll say int. Let me give me as marks. So I'll say 50. Okay, so here I'll say if the given marks allocated is less than 50. Okay, so I'll ask to fail the particular student. So I'll say failed an exam, something else. Next, so this condition, we are good with this condition. Now, else if, because you are not sure with the condition, because the student will not only get all the students who are just passing out will not get less than 50, right? There'll be few people will be getting 60s, few will be 70, 90s, 100s also. So for that reason, you are supposed to write this. Marks less than or greater than or equal to 50. Here you are supposed to use the logical and, because you are validating two conditions. Okay, so marks less than 60. I'll say system ordered println. So what's the value? So I'll be getting it as B grade, something like this. Then again, else if. Okay, so 50 greater than done with till 60. So it is still here less than 60. What? He might also get 60 also, right? So greater than or equal to 60. And then here I can say less than 70. What's the grade? If the marks is increasing, grade also will be increased. So which is 70 here. So I'll say greater than or equal to 70 and marks less than or equal to 80 and same. So here I have to say this B grade. Okay, so greater than or equal to 80. So less than or equal to 90 is giving you A grade. Okay, if it is greater than or equal to 90 and less than or 100, less than or equal to 100. Okay, then you'll be getting it as outstanding, which is O grade. Okay, so I'll say run as Java application. You're getting as D grade. Why you're getting it as D grade? Because the value that you have given is marks value is 50. Okay, so value of 50 is equal here. Okay, it is not equal here. Less than 50, let's say if I give something like 40 or 30 here. Let me give 40. So now it will be saying it as failed because the given condition is less than 50 will be failed. Okay, now let me give you and validate by giving 80. Okay, where is my 80 value? Greater than or equal to 80 is here. So I have to get grade as A grade. So it will go and it will validate. Now it will, when I say 80, it will go, it will check here 80 less than 50, condition is false. So it will come out of the block. Then again it comes here 80 greater than or equal to 50. No, false. Then again comes here, false, comes here. Here it will become true. Okay, if you want to debug, we can watch it like this. Control S, debug as Java application. Okay. Step over. Now what's the current value of marks? Current value of marks is 80, right? So given condition is false, so it is not entering into the system ordered println. It is not entering into the block. Next, come again. So what's the current value? 80. So 80 greater than 50 is true, but less than 60 it is not true, right? False. So again it comes again exiting out of the loop. It is existing. But now if you observe here, it will enter into the loops. System ordered println. Okay. This is how you need to understand how the logic works. So there might be a student who will also give negative marks. For that case, else you have to print the value. This is a default value. Okay, we'll be saying invalid marks. Okay, so this is for nested if. And not only nested if, you will be also having a case called as switch. Okay, so what is the switch case? So here you are having the switch theory. So now let me show you how we can write the code for switch case. So switch case and nested if are one and the same, but whereas if you observe, the variables cannot be duplicated in a switch case. Not only in the switch, here we'll be having in the format of cases, like case 0, case 1 and all. Okay, so you also need to understand that it can work with any kind of a data type. And you also should make sure that if case values cannot be repetitive, okay, the redundancy cannot be happened. So if I say case 0, then it should be case 0 only. It cannot be case 0 cannot be repeated again. It should be case 1. It should be unique, basically. Okay, so let's show. So else block is a default one. So similarly here, instead of else block, we will be having a default one that is common. Okay. So for the switch example, let me give this stating that month. Okay, I'll say in the month. Let me give as 5. Okay, 5th month is May. Right? So I'll say string month is equals to, I'm not giving anything. Okay. So you can give it in this format, in the format of string, or else you can also give in the format of marks. Okay, you can also print directly. What you can do is in the switch case, this is how we have written it, if else if. So here write the switch case syntax and then case 0, print the marks. Then case 80 or case B, give this. Okay, so I'll just show you on how it works. Okay, so we can give it like this. Let me show you how we can do it with the same code using the switch case. So it will be different when you're talking about strings and also when you're talking about the numbers. Not much difference, but in marks, let me give marks value as 90. Okay, this is my switch case. So here I'll be giving some expression. So what is my expression? The condition that I wanted to validate is marks itself. Okay, so inside the marks, let me paste this entire condition. So I'll just remove this end marks. Okay, so what I can give? Case for failed, let me give this case failed. Okay, so when I say case has been failed, okay, you can give it like this. You don't have to give this. Also, marks are given marks are less than 50. Same. So now here I instead of else if, I'm just replacing it as and stating D grade. Okay, I'll say given marks student scored are in the range of, okay, something like this. So definitely it's not required. This is not required. So then again here, case C. Also to remember that Java is case sensitive. is B. So as it is a character, I'm just enclosing this in a single quote. If it is a string, you have to enclose it in a double quote. I'll just show you on how we can do it for a month also, so that will be easier for you. Is A grade is for outstanding. Now, just let's remove this. And this is also not required. This is also not required. Okay, here instead of else, we have to write for. So this is not invalid marks. It should be grade because this is a character that we are trying to do. If it is a number, you can give it as invalid marks. So here you can say instead of marks, let me update it to grade. Let me give grade as A. Okay, so what is the grade? A. So what's the value of grade A? Here it is. So if is false, D, C, B, till here it is not printing. So A, this A value which is given and this is getting matched. So it will say marks greater than or equal to 80 and less than 90 will be printed. Okay, this. And why all the continuation is getting printed is because of the break statement. Okay, like whenever you're not giving break statement, this will print. Let me show you how. Now we will not able to see. Now let me run the code. See, yeah, now we are only able to see the marks greater than or equal to 80 and marks less than 90 because I have break the statement. Let me give something like F here. If I give F, I have not used break statement, right? So from here, whatever the print statements are there, all will be printed. But that will be a wrong scenario, right? Because all of these are printing. For that reason only, you are supposed to give break because whatever the condition that you wanted to do, you got that, right? So for that reason, you are using the break statement where it will print the exact condition that is required to you. When you use run as Java application, now you'll be able to see only one. Okay, so marks less than 80. Sorry, marks less than 50. Why? Because F and F is matching here. Clear? Clear with the switch statements? Okay, so we are done with the conditional statement. I'll also show you on a few programs on how we can do it and how to write a program for even and odd. Okay, so now I'll say even or odd. So no space, just validate that. And here, if you observe, type name is discouraged, okay? Because the first letter should be capital for a class name. It's just a warning, okay? So public static void main. Okay. Now, to understand whether the given number is even or odd, so this is your requirement. Let's say if I'm giving you some number like 21. Okay, so what's the number? I'm giving number as 21. So defaultly the base will be 2. Okay, so 2 tens are, it is 20. So when you are getting reminder as 1, this is nothing but this is said to be as an odd number. Okay, let's say that I have 41. Okay, 2 20s are, it is 40. Right? So 1 is a reminder. So when you are getting 1 as a reminder, this is said to be an odd number. Now 2 10. Okay, so 2 5s are, it is 10. So what is the reminder I'm getting? It is 0. So when the reminder that you are getting 0, then it will be called as an even number. Okay, any number when you are dividing any number, 2 tens are 20, right? So when you are dividing it with any number, but the reminder you are getting it as 0, then that is said to be even number. If you are getting the reminder as 1, that will be an odd number. You'll not get any other numbers, right? Like 2, 3, 4, because when you are taking a base as 2. Okay, 2 into 6. So 2 3s it is 6. So you'll be getting 0. So now 6 is an even number because it is 0. So when it is said to be an odd number, when you are getting a remainder as 1, it is said to be an odd number. And when you are getting 0 as an output, then it is said to be an even number. Clear? So for that, let's see on how we can write a program. So when you are observing, if you have just observed this, here I gave the number, right? 21, 41, 10 or 20. Okay, so to validate, let me also take some number. Int number is equals to, let me check. I gave 10. Okay. So as this is a condition, right? Because you are validating whether the given number is either it should be even or odd. So we are validating. So I'll say if number percentile 2 should be equal to 0. Okay. So what I mean by this is whatever the number that you are giving. Okay. So number 10, that is percentile 2, then what is the remainder that you'll be getting? 0. Correct. So what you'll get if it is 0, you'll be getting it as an even number. We'll say system.out.println as even number. Now just observe this. I'm just running the program. So it is printing it as an even number. So also you should make sure that if you are only observing in the console, if you are only observing that the given number is an even number, and if you don't know the number value, okay, so in that case we need to use this plus num. Then we will be able to see even number is. Run as Java application. Okay, so what we are getting it as even number is 10. Okay, now I don't want, let's say now if I give the number 11, let me see what I'll get. So run as Java application. I'm not getting anything. Why? Because here 11 percentile 2 will not give 0, right? So 2 5s are 10, you'll be left with a remainder called as 1. So in that scenario, you should write a condition. So because the condition is false, you should say given number is odd. So then print the value of a number. Okay, now let's run this. So what is the number that you gave? 11. So 2 5s are 10. So you'll be left with a remainder 1. So you'll be getting it as number is odd. So what's the value of an odd number? Which is 11. Okay, so that's one. And let's say now I hope you understood on how we can figure out whether the given number is even or odd, right? Now, greatest of two numbers. How we can figure it out, like when you're giving the greatest of two numbers? How we can write the code for that? Any idea? Now let's say my A value is something like 10. Okay, and what is the B value? It's something like 5. Okay, so now if I wanted to know in the given two numbers, which one is the greatest? So how I can write the code? This is the condition statements, right? Because we are validating a condition. So I'll say if A is greater than B, sys out, print the value of A. Why? Because when I say A is greater than B, which is 10 is greater than 5. So when 10 is greater than 5, what is the condition? It is true, correct? So that is the reason you are printing the value as A, 10. Now, if you wanted to make the condition false, so what you can say? A less than B. So when you are saying A less than B, what is the value that you need to print? B value. So here A number is greatest because it is 10, and now here we'll be writing it as B is smallest. And try to print the value of B by giving this plus B. Then you'll be getting the value as 5. Clear? Now let's try. So int number 1 is equals to 10. You can give like this, and then you can give in this format. Number 2 is equals to 5. Or else you can write like this. Int A is equals to 10, comma, B is equals to 5. So what is making the difference here? So you don't have to write data type statement again and again. So here, if I say int a is equals to 10, then again just give comma and write b value. Okay, so if a greater than b, in the loop, say if a is greater than, then try to write outer println a is greatest or largest, whatever, less a. So now let's try what we'll be getting. And as Java application, a is greatest. Why? Because 10. Now 600 ordered println, let me give. So when you'll get b is greatest, when you are making this condition false. So let me give 15 here. So what happens? So 10 greater than 15. Correct. So when 10 is greater than 15 is false. So what happens? 10 greater than 15 is false. So it will not enter into this loop because the given condition is false. So if the given condition is false, it will come, it will exit this loop. Okay, it directly comes here and it will print this value. Okay, I'll just show you. Run as Java application. See, you're getting b is greatest. Okay, because the given condition is false. So you're getting the b value. Now let me show you by debugging this. Debug as Java application. Just click on the step over. See, a 10, so 10 is greater than. It is false, right? So if you observe, it is not entering into the loop. It has been entered directly into this 18th line, where the green, which is highlighted in the green color. Now if I click on step over again, then it will print the value. See, b is greatest and b value is 50. Now let me give 5. And now let me debug. Okay. So debug as Java application. So when you are debugging this, now let's see. Just step over. Now what's the current value of A? A value is 10. What's the value of B? It is 5. So 10 is greater than 5, right? Which is true. It is not false. It is true. So in that scenario, when the condition is true, if you observe here, it has entered. Okay. Previously, what happened? It has been directly entered into this loop. It was highlighted in this color, green color. But now when the condition is true, it is entering into this if loop. So A is greatest will be printed now. Here. So after the loop has been exited, it is trying to print the next value. Okay, B is greatest. So you have to write this. Because if you observe, I'm trying to fail the condition. I want only the condition which is true. So I have to make this inside the else block. Okay, so run as Java application. Now if you run, just see, you'll be getting only one. You'll be getting either A is greatest or B is greatest. See, you got B is greatest. Okay, now let's validate for A. So I'll get only A is greatest. Clear? So similarly, you can do this for largest of 3 numbers also. So how you will be doing? By using the logical AND operator. So to make it largest of 3 numbers, I have to give 3 numbers. Int A, B is 5, and then C is 3. So if A greater than B, logical AND A greater than C. Correct? So what am I saying? A is greater than B and A is also greater than C. So then what should happen? A value should be printed. right? So A is greatest. So here else if, which we were talking about, if else if ladder and nested if ladder yesterday, right? Now greater than C and B greater than A. So what happens now when B is greater than both the values of A and C, then you'll obviously get B as greatest. Else, if A is not the greater one and B is not the greater one, so which one will be the greatest one? C, right? Yes. So C is greatest of three numbers. So just click on run as Java application. You're getting A as greatest. Why? Because 10 is greater than 5 and 3. Now let me give it 15. Now let's see what you get. You're getting B is greatest. Okay, so let me give C value as 30. So now C is greatest among all of them, right? So run as Java application. So you'll be getting C is greatest of all the three numbers. So if you need to understand, just keep the breakpoints. Else if just double click here. Okay. Debug as Java application. Click on step over. So now when you're clicking on step over, what is happening? Came here, A value is 10, B value is 15. So it is false and this is also false. So it is not entering into the system.out.println. So similarly, here also if you observe, it will not enter into the system.out.println because it is false. See, it directly came into the else block. C is greatest of three numbers. Then that's how you'll be writing the code for greatest of three numbers. Now, as we were talking about if statements, which statements are done. If nested if, this one is done, nested if is done, switch statements are also done. So now we need to look over this. Okay, while, do while, for loop, for each. So if you observe what is a while loop, so while loop will throw a block of code as long as when the specified condition is true. Okay, so let's see how we are supposed to use the while loop. And while is a keyword, right? So you're not supposed to use while just like this. You cannot use while as a class name because it's a keyword. Okay, give something like while one, while two. Okay, it should be different from the keywords. Then that will be fine. Okay. So now what is a while loop according to you? Any idea, students, on what is a while loop? Yes. So now if you observe, while loop is nothing but it helps you to iterate the program, which means it will repeat the program until and unless the given condition is true. Okay, so let me show you with a smaller example. So I'll say int I is equals to 10. Okay, while I less than or equal to 10. System.out.println, let's say I value to be printed. Now observe this. What is happening here? I'm just mouse overing here near the scroll bar. Just observe 10 is just going on repeating. So what is the condition that I have given? Value that I have given for I is 10. So while I less than or equal to 10 is giving you 10 less than or equal to 10. Correct. Yes, so the condition is true. When you say 10 less than or equal to 10, condition is true. So what happens? You are asking to print the value of 5. So what's the value of 5? 10. So it is just going on printing the value of I. Correct. So what we need to do, we have to make the given condition as, okay. See now how these many 10s have been printed. If you are not terminating the process, it just goes on repeating. Okay. So for that case, my requirement was I need the values from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need till 10. So here I'll be using something called as I plus plus. So why do you need to use I plus plus? I plus plus is nothing but incrementing the value. So what do you mean by I plus plus? I is equals to I plus 1. Okay, run as Java application. Now if you observe, you're getting only 10. Why? Because you have to, I'm trying to initialize the value. Now we are trying to initialize the value from 1. Okay, now we will be getting the values from 1 to 10. Okay, clear? Let me show you by debugging this. What is the initial value that you gave? Initial value is 1. Okay, so now debug as Java application. Next, debug. So what's the current value of I? It is 1, right? So now 1 less than or equal to 10 is true. So it went, so it printed 1. If I come down, okay, see. Now the value has been incremented. So what will be the value? 2. Now again it is going up. So now again here, if you observe, it will validate the condition 2 less than or equal to 10. It is true. So again it goes, if you come down, again 2 will be printed here. Yes. So 2 is printed. Next, again it goes 2 plus 1. So what will be the current value of I? If you observe, see here, 3 it will be. Okay, so 3 less than or equal to 10. It's true. It goes, again it is printing 3. Next it goes. So what will the current value of I? It is 4. Okay, so 4 less than or equal to 10 is also true. So it comes, prints the value of 4. Again here 4. So 4 value will be incremented. 4 plus 1, 5. So it goes on till 10 less than or equal to 10, which is true. So when it is true, what happens? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Till 10 it is printed. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 10 is printed. Now 10 plus 1 will give you 11. Okay, let's go and see now what's the current value of I? It's 5. 5 less than or equal to 10 is true. Now next 6. 6 less than or equal to 10 is true. It goes, 6 has been printed. Next again 7. So now 7 will be printed. Next again it goes 8. Now 9. Next again 10. So now if you observe, I value has been incremented to 11. Okay, so when I say 11, 11 less than or equal to 10 is false, right? So when it is false, do you really think that it should go inside this? No, it will come outside the loop. Okay, just see this. See, it is coming outside the loop and you are printing only 1 to 10. Clear? Got it? Run as Java application. Then we'll automatically get the values. So I gave 1 less than or equal to 10, right? So let's say that you need values till 5 only. Just give 5 less than or equal to 5. So getting the value till 5. So let's say I want to initialize the value from 5. So what happens? You'll be getting only 5 as a value. Okay. Now let me give 5 to 15. Okay. So the initialization of the value will be 5. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 will be printed. Look here now. See 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So basically the value here, it will start from here and it will end here. So let me give 515. And here I wanted to initialize the value with 0. So now what happens? If I run the code, I have to get the values starting from 0 to 515. 515, 514, 500. This is all 400. Then next, see, this is all 300, 200, 11. Okay. 87, 57, 56, 54, 32, 39, 0, 1. Clear with this? Okay. Let me give it as 10 so that it will be easy for your understanding. When I say 0 to 10, it should be printing from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Clear? That is for while loop. Hope you are clear with the while loop. Yes, good. Now, we also have something which is called as do while. Correct? That is what we saw here. Okay, so this loop will execute the code block once before checking if the condition is true. Then it will repeat as long as the condition is becoming true. Okay? Okay, so you need to understand. Now let's write the code for do while loop. Just close this thing. So we have just selected this annotation. New. Click on class. What's my class name? It's do while exam. Now, the point that you need to understand here is it will be in the while what happened, all the values that are there will be printed. Correct? Unless and until the condition, given condition is true, it will go and it will print. Now, let's see what it happens for do while. So for do while, let me show you the syntax. Now, this is how the do is. Okay, I'll write some system order, some statements that are to be printed. Okay, here itself, I'll be writing while loop. And previously, if you observe, every statement will be enclosed with a semicolon. Okay, every statement will be closed with a semicolon if you observe, but not the conditions. For if condition or for if else condition, if you observe, there is no semicolon for the given conditions, but for the statements. Okay, but if you are coming here to do while, you have to give the semicolon for while condition. Okay, let's see now how it is. I'm initializing the value I is equals to 1. Okay, then I'll just open this do while has been opened. So I'm asking to print the value of I. Okay, now we are getting an error. Why? Because when I'm talking about do while, only do is not sufficient. Okay, so this do should be followed with a while as well. Now let me show you. If I write while, then this will be. Okay, so you need to specify some condition here. Let's say I should be less than or equal to 5. Then I have to give semicolon. See, if I'm not giving semicolon, it will say syntax error on token, colon is expected after this token. Okay, semicolon. So I'll be just giving this semicolon. See, now error is lost. If it is only while, then give only the while condition, then that is fine. Only give if, that is okay. But for do while, the do should be followed with a while as well. Now, what's the output that you'll be getting? 1 to 5. Yes. So the another thing which I want you to tell here is I told I value is 1. Okay. So now system.out.println here in the do while it will not check the condition. Okay, whether the condition is true or false, it doesn't require for do while. Now when I give I value as 1, so what is the statement that is present in the do will be printed. So one is going on printing. Now what is the next thing? Next thing is while loop. So it is not entering till the while loop because the given condition, it is not going and it is not validating for the conditions. For that, I'm giving the increment value. Okay, so just click on terminate option here. It will get terminate. Now we will be getting the value as 1 to 5. Okay, let me debug and show it to you for your clear understanding. When I'm just saying debug as Java application, see, click on step over. debug as Java application. Now step forward. What is the current value of I? It is 1. So now if you observe, it is not validating for the condition, but if I come down, it will be printing 1 value. Okay, so 1 is printed. The next it is printing for I plus plus. Just step over. Now I value will be incremented. So I plus plus is nothing but I is equals to I plus 1. So what was the current value of I? 1 plus 1. So what is the current value now? It will be 2. Now here it will validate for the given condition. So what is the given condition? 2. So 2 less than or equal to 5 is true, right? So again it goes and it comes here. So here it will be printing 2. Go up inside the do. See, if you observe, I value has been 2. Now it will print the value of 2. Okay, so now just come down. If you come here, 2 value will be incremented. What is the value? 3. So 3 less than or equal to 5 is also true. Next again go up. So here 3 will be printed. Okay, when 3 is printed, now here it is incremented. So 3 plus 1 gives you 4. So 4 less than or equal to 5. So 4 less than or equal to 5 is true. So 4 is printed. Now observe 4 will be printed. Next again 5 also is printed. 3, 4, 5. Next again 4, 5 it's printed. If you observe, it got incremented for 6. So when you come here, so 6 less than or equal to 5, the given condition is false, right? So when the given condition is false, it will terminate outside the loop. Okay, it will not print the value. See? Done? So that's how you need to debug and understand the logic behind the code. Clear with this while and do while loop? Any questions on this? While, do while. I'll also show you on how we can write a program for tables. If I ask you to write a program on 2 table or 5 table, okay, you should be able to write it. Okay, let's see that as well. Now we have some another loop called as for loop. Now let me write this. So for, I'll be saying int. So I is equals to 1, I less than or equal to 10, I plus plus. Okay, so if you observe for, what is this? This is initialization. On what basis you are saying this as an initialization? Because you are giving some value that has to be started. And then this is a condition. So what is the condition? To validate whether the given condition is true or false. Okay, so 1 less than or equal to 10 is true. Okay, if it is true, increment the value. Increment or decrement. Okay, I plus plus is nothing but increment. I minus minus decrement. Okay, so now let's see on how we can write a logic for loop. For loop example. So what do you mean by for loop example? What do you mean by for loop actually? So it goes on iterating until and unless the given condition is true. How many times it goes and it continues executing until and unless the given condition is true? What is the given condition? I less than or equal to 10, which means 10 less than or equal to 10 is the given condition will be true. So till there it will be printed. If you give 20, it will go on printing till 20. If you give 40, it will go on repeat till 40. It will validate the 40 conditions. It will figure out, yes, the given condition is true or false. Yes, if the given condition is true, then it will stop the execution. Okay. So let me directly write this for int I is equals to 1, I less than or equal to 10, I plus plus. System.out.println, let me print the value of I. Now what you'll get? You'll be getting 10. Just debug. I'm not writing the steps. Hope you understood the point. Now let us debug. What's the current value of 5? Wait, we don't have to do for this too. Why? Just make sure that you're terminating the program. Debug as application. So this is for loop. Just click on step over. What's the current value of 5? It is 1. So 1 less than or equal to 10. Okay, you'll be getting I value as 1. So 1 is printed. Now again it is going. What is the current value of 5? If you come down, current value of I is 2. So 2 less than or equal to 10 is also true. So when it is true, what should happen? 2 also should be printed. Next again it is going, then again 3. Okay, because it should increment, right? So after incrementation, you'll be getting it as 3, 3 less than or equal to 10 is true. Then again 3, then 4, then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so now what is the current value? 9. Now if we come down, current value is 10. 10 less than or equal to 10 is true, right? So 10 will be printed. Then again, if you come up, what is happening? 11 is your I value, right? So 11 less than or equal to 10 is false. So you are exiting out of the loop. That's how for loop works. Okay, now let's say that if you wanted to have in matrix formats, okay, let's say that you need your for loop to be printed just like this. 1, 1. Next 1, 2. Next 2, 1, 2, 2, 3, 1, 3, 2. Okay, if you want this kind of fun output, so what we can do? So 1, 1 is a row, correct? So what are these referring for? This refers as rows, correct? And now what is this 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3 referring for? It is referring for the columns. Okay, so this is referring for rows and this is referring for columns. So when you have two of them to be printed, you are using two variables. Let me show you on how we can do it. New class, for loop example.
It's in that.
So this is for loop example, which is already given, right? Give something else. So if I'm not giving 1, it is saying type already exists. Okay, so try to give something which is not there. Now let me print this value right now, which is for loop example. Okay, now this is referring you to give it as, it will come till 1 to 10. But now I want 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3 also. So right, this is nested for. Okay, so for loop inside the for loop. So I'll say int j is equals to 1, j is less than or equal to 3, j plus plus. Okay, so now try to print the system.out.println here inside the loop. So I want the I value and also the j value. So I'll just show you on what makes the differences between both of them. So let me write it here, system.out.println. So let me run as Java application. So in I, you have till 10, and for J, I gave only 3. Okay, see. So you got 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4. Then again you got 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 3, 10, 1, 10, 2, 10, 3. Okay, because these are referring for rows. So let me give some smaller number for your clear understanding. Okay, you got something like this. See, this is what we saw, right? 1, 1, this is 1, 1. Next 1, 2, this is 1, 2. Next 1, 3, 1, 3. 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. Okay, something like 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 3. So you can also get 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 3 here by giving 3. As I have given I value and j value to be printed in the next line, that is why we are not getting it in this format. So to get in this format, what you need to do, I'll be saying I plus, give some spaces for both of them, plus j value. You can just delete this one. Run as Java application. Hope you got the correct requirement. See 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 3. Okay. So if you want only 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 3, 1, 3, 2, you will be removing this column. Let us run as Java application. See now. 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 3, 1, 3, 2. Clear with this? And how we are getting the matrix format. Okay, in the further sessions, we'll also see about the pyramids, pattern programs, and all of them. Okay. Now, so for loop is done, nested for loop is also done. So we are also left with the break and continue. Okay, so what is this break and continue? Now let's say break example 1. Now what is this break? Let's say int I is equal to 5. Okay. So I'll say if I less than or equal to 10, system dot out dot println, print the value of I plus plus break. Okay. Is this the given is the given statement correct? Are we writing the correct code? We are getting an error, right? So why we are getting an error? Any idea on why we are getting an error? Yes, exactly. So because we have to make the given condition false. So this is not how we are supposed to give. So for int I is equals to 1, I less than or equals to 5, I plus plus. Okay. So inside this, I'm writing where I need to break my statement. I'll say if I is equal to 5, then break your statement. Clear with the logic? So let me debug this. So let's run and see what's the output that you are getting. You're getting only 5. Why? Why you're getting only as 5? It is getting break here. Okay, so I'll say system.out.println. I don't want this to be printed here. So I'll be printing it after the if block. Now, just saved it. Run as Java application. So getting 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Why? Because I told if the given condition, if it is 5 is equal to 5, then I'm asking to break it. Just run this. Let me click on the step over. Debug as Java application. Okay, so now what's the current value of 5? It is 1. So 1 less than or equal to 5 is true, right? So it is not entering into the loop. It is directly coming to system.out.println. Now 1 is printed. Now again it goes. Current value is 2. Okay, so 2 less than or equal to 5 is also true, right? So here also 2 is not equal to 5. So in the if condition, what happens if the given condition is false, it will come out of the loop, right? So here 2 is not equal to 5. So it will not go for this break. It will come here and it will print the value of 2. Okay, C2 is printed. Next again it goes 3 is printed. Then again if you go, what's the current value of I? The current value of I is 4. So 4 less than or equal to 5 is true, right? So next what happens then, though if the condition is true, system.out.println, it will print the value of 4. Now just I value gets incremented. So what's the current value of I? Current value of I is 5. So when 5 is equal to 5, the given condition is true, right? So when the given condition is true, what happens? It will break the statement. Okay, now if the 5 is equal to 5 is true, right? So it will enter into this break. Just observe this. See, it has been entered into the break statement. And now it will not print any system.out.println, but it will directly exit out of the loop. Clear? Hope you understood the logic on what is this break does. Okay, so break itself is telling you that it will be breaking the flow of execution. So similarly, you need to go with the continue statement. Now, so what do you think that makes the difference for continue? Same as this, but instead of break statement, you need to use continue. Now let me show you continue. Instead of using this break, I'll be using continue. Now, so what happens here for the continue is it will skip the condition. If the given condition is true, here we are not asking for a break, right? So if we are asking for a break, the flow of execution, whatever things that are there, it will not print. But if I'm saying if the given condition 5 is equals to 5 is true, I'm asking to continue. So now let's see what it is. Okay, it will skip the given condition for 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4 is printed, and then again why only we are getting till 1, 2, 3, 4 only? Okay. Because you have given the condition only till 5. So now let me give I is equals to 1, I less than or equal to 10. Now let us debug, then you'll understand. See why we are getting 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you observe 5 number is missing here. Why? Because 5 is equals to 5. The given condition is true, right? So it will not print the condition. When does this get printed? Just let's debug, then you'll understand. So for loop has been entered. So what's the current value of I? I value is 1. Next. So 1 is equal to 5. The given condition is false, right? So it will not go inside the break. Oh, it will not go inside the continue, right? Sorry, my bad. Here I'm trying to debug. So debug as Java application is telling me yes, for loop. So it is 1. So 1 less than or equal to 10 is true. So 1 is not equal to 5. So it will not enter into the continue loop. So it will come here. The current value of I will be 1. So 1 is printed. Next it goes, it is incrementing. I value will be 2. So 2 less than or equal to 10 is also true. Then again, 2 is equal to 5 is false, right? So continue block will be exited. So again now 2 will be printed. Just go up. Now I value is 3. 3 less than or equal to 10 is true. But here 3 is equals to 5 is false. So continue will not be printed. Only 3 number is printed. Next again only 4. But if you come now, 5 is equal to 5. 5 less than or equal to 10 is true. So it is entering here into the if block because outer loop for is true. So when the outer loop for is true, then it will only enter inside the inner loop, which is if. Okay, so if you observe, if I is equal to 5. So 5 equal to 5 is true, right? So if you observe, it will go inside the continue. Okay. When it goes into continue, it will skip the given condition. So it is not printing this. Now 6. So 6 less than or equal to 10 is true. Then come down, 6 is printed. Next 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Hope you got the point. So same, it happens if with the same points. People guys, or you can directly run as. So only 5 will be skipped here. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, then again 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Let's say I wanted to skip 15 here. So now what should happen if I say 15? 1 to 14 should be printed, only 15 should be excluded. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. See, 15 has been skipped. Then again 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Everything is as per the expectation. Okay, so this is how break statements and continuous statements will work. So what are these? These are the jumping statements. So jumping statement itself is telling you that it is jumping from flow of execution. Okay, the execution of a given statements. Now, so hope you understood on what is a break statement, what is continuous statement, what is for loop, what is for each, while loop, do while loop. So this is all we are discussed about, right? So we have discussed regarding this decision making statement, which is if else, nested if else if ladder, switch statement, for do while, for loop. I'll also explain you on what is for each loop when I'm taking the class regarding arrays. Okay. Now, what is the jumping statement? The looping statement is also called as iterating statements. Okay, or you can also say it as a recursion statements. So you'll be having while, do while, for each. Okay, then again jumping statement. So hope you already know about jumping statement, which we discussed just now. Okay, that is jumping statements. Break and continue comes under the jumping statements. Okay, now statement will execute a block of code if the given condition is true. If will be printed. Whatever the statement present inside the if condition is printed. So if the given condition is false, else block will be printed. Okay, same with the nested if. So if inside the if is nothing but nested if. So now when we are talking about switch case, so what did we observe in the switch case? So switch case also comes under the decision making statements where the case values whatever you're giving. Okay, see if you observe here, value 1, value 2 is there, right? So this cannot be duplicated. Okay, that is switch case. And you also need to give break statement after each and every case. If you're not giving break, if the given condition is true in the first case itself, all the statement values which are there will be printed. And now if you observe for the nested if else, okay, so in the nested if what happens, you'll be getting else block, right? So here you'll be having default as switch statement. Now you have while loop, do while loop, for nested loop, for each loop. See, for int I is equals to 0, I less than or equal to 2. And I'm trying to increment the I. So plus plus I is also fine, I plus plus is also fine. Okay. Now what happens? I am just asking to print. Okay, this is the best place for learning. Then again, while loop, here we are not supposed to use printf. Sorry, my bad. We are supposed to use system.out.println. Okay, this printf will be using in C and C++, not in Java. So what is while loop? While loop is a block of code, okay, where the given condition is true. So that is what we saw about while loop, right? If you are giving while I is equals to 1 and trying to print the I value. So what happens if I give 1? Only 1 will be printed. So if you wanted to print the values from I to 10, what you need to give? You will be giving the condition I is equals to 1 less than or equal to 10. So it will be printing all the values from I is equals to 1 to 10. Okay, so similarly, next, what happens for the do while? In the do while, it will be with a while loop itself. Okay, it is mandatory that do should follow while loop. So in the do loop, it will not validate for the given condition. Rest all of the loops, it will validate for the given condition, and then only it will execute the given statements, right? So, but for do while loop, it doesn't happen. So for the do loop, whatever the statement that is given, it will print the statement, and then later on it will go and it will validate for the condition that is given in the while loop. Okay, so this is what we saw about the for loop. So first statement 1 is nothing but the initialization. Statement 2 is nothing but the given condition. Statement 3 is incrementation or the decrementation. Yeah, let me show you how we can decrement it. Okay. Nested loops, and this is of for each loops. Okay, for each and for loop is almost the same, but where we don't have to give initialization condition, then we'll be using the for each loop. And this is break. See here, break. When I'm giving the condition, it will terminate the loop. Okay, which means it will not allow the execution of the flow. So 1, 2, 3, only 1, 2, 3 will be printed. This is the conditional operators which we already saw, the logical and logical or and all. Okay, so this is the recursion. So recursion also is nothing but it is same as how we are using this looping statement. So what does the recursion do? It goes and repeat for the entire process. It will go for the validating the condition and it will print whatever that is expected. Clear? Okay, so previously we just saw about the for loop. So now we just saw about the incrementation part, right? Now let's see how we can decrement it. I'll just show you one example on how we can do the decrement of how we can decrement is nothing but decrease in the value. Increment is nothing but increase in the values. Okay, so for loop decrement. And then let's go to the topic called as an arrays. Okay, so let's say for int I is equals to 1, I less than or equal to 10, I plus plus. So this is how we used, right? So system.out.println and I give I value. So what happened now if I say this I value అనేది it will be printing. Okay. But now I don't want this values to be printed. So my initialization value, let me take instead of I said I1. So 1 less than or equal to 10 will be true. So 1 is printed. Next 2 less than or equal to 10 is true. Then it will be printed. So it goes till 10. So 10 less than or equal to 10 is printed. So 10. Then again, when the value is getting incremented 11, so 11 less than or equal to 10 will be false. So it will be exiting out of the loop. Okay. So this is nothing but we got it in an ascending order. Correct. So to make it in a descending order, I'll be doing this. I'll initialize my value with this. This is the only change that we need to make. Less than or equal to 1 or 0. Anything will be fine. So I'm using I minus minus. So what do you mean by I minus minus? I minus I is equals to I minus 1. That's it. See, this is how you'll get 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So what's the current value of I? I value is 10. Now let us debug this. So now if you debug, what's the current value of I? I value is 1. So 1, let me terminate, it is going into the previous program. So when I'm just trying to debug as Java application, I is equals to, what's the current value of I? It is 10. Okay. So 10 is greater than or equal to 1. Correct. So it is true. So 10 greater than or equal to 1 is true. So what happens now? It will print the value of 10. So now just observe this. Value 10 will be shown here in this console part. Okay. See, now again, I value is 9 because here it got decremented. Okay. So 9, then again 9 greater than or equal to 1. True. So again 9 is printed here. Now it again goes up. So what's the current value? 8. So here also it is 8. 8 less than or equal to 8 is already printed. Okay, so it got decremented. So I value will be 7. 7 less than or equal to 10. Then see it goes 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now if you observe what is the current value of 5? 1. So 1 greater than or equal to. So what is this greater than or equal to is saying? At least it should be greater or it should be equal. So which means now 1 is greater than 1 is false. Right. But 1 is equal to 1 is true or false? It is true. Right. So 1 greater than or equal to 1 is also true. So it will go on and print till 1. So here also 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and then 1. Now again, if you go, it is false. Right. So it is not printing anything and it is coming out of the loop. Clear? Hope you understood the concept of this. Now, there is some another concept called as arrays. Now, what is an array? Array is nothing but it's a collection of elements which has a similar data type. Okay. So now this is how we need to understand. Now let me show you. This is how the array will be. Okay. Whatever the value this is, let's say the value is 10. Now let's say my value is 20. Next 30. 40. 50. 60. 70. And this is 8. Okay. So let's say that I wanted to get a value of 50. Okay, so how we can get the random value? Any idea on how we can get the random value? So it will be based upon the indexes. Okay, so what is index? So here I have to give, so always do remember that array index will start from 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then this is 7. Okay, so now if you wanted this 50 value to be printed, so what is the value that you have to enter? A of 4. So now when I ask you to print A of 4, what happens? 50 will be printed automatically. Clear? So similarly, if I ask you to say A of 2, then what is printed? What is the current value of A of 2? It is 30. A of 30 is printed. Next, similarly, if I ask you to print A of 6, what happens? Yes, 70 is printed. So now let us write /C. Let us create a program package for arrays separately. Okay, so what is the uppercase? First letter should be lowercase for package. So let's say if I give uppercase, so what is happening? It is throwing a warning stating that the first letter should be of lowercase in the package. Okay, so what I need to do now? I have to remove the uppercase, give us lowercase. Now, why you are getting this in a white square box? Because there are no programs in this arrays package. So I'll say new class. So let me say array example 1. So now if we observe, it is saying usually start with an uppercase. So what usually start with an uppercase? Class name should usually start with the uppercase. Clear? Okay. So now let me write regarding the arrays. So this is how you normally initialize. Int a is equals to new int of. Okay, what is this value? This is 5. Okay, so what is this? Int is a data type. Why I gave int as a data type? Because I'm giving 5. Okay, so what is this 5? Size of an array is 5. I'll say a of 0 is equal to 1. A of 1 equal to 20. A of 2 is equal to 30. A of 3 is equal to 40. Now I'll be giving a of 4, which is equal to 50. Okay. Done. So I got size is 5. So this is 0 is first element. What is this? This is the first element. Next, second element. This is the third element. This is fourth element. This is fifth element. Okay, so we did not waste any space here. Clear? Now let's say I want the value of 40. So what I need to do? I'll be using a of 3. When I use a of 3, what is the value that you need to get? You should get 40. Now let's run and see what is output. You're getting 40. Now let's say that you need a value of 10. So you should print a of 0, where you'll be getting 40 and 10 as your output. Okay, so similarly, I want all the values that are given from a of 0 to a of 4. So what I should say, I'll be giving a of 0 is done. Say a of 1, then a of 2, then a of 3, then a of 4. Okay. So now what is a 0? That is expecting, we are expecting is 10. What's the value of a of 1? It is 20. A of 2, 40. Next, a of 3, 40. Next, a of 4, which is 50. Let's see what are the values that we are getting. See, are we getting the same values? 40, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. 40, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Okay. Fine. When we are having only 3 values or 4 values, you will be able to write the println statement multiple times. But what if I ask you to enter till 20? 30 or 500 or 5,000. Correct. You cannot write println statement 5,000 times. Forget about 5,000 times. It will be difficult for you to write 20 times itself. Because you'll not understand what is the value that you are entering. Maybe the value might be repeated again, right? You have to validate with lot of things. So for that, we have the looping statements that comes into the picture. So can you tell me what is the looping statement that we can use here? So here when I'm saying a of 0, a of 1, okay, so this 0 will be referring to a of 0. This 1 will be referring to a of 1. And this a of 2. So what is this 0, 1, 2 referring for? All of these are index. Okay, index value is I. So now let's write the example 2. Array example. So how we are writing this array example 2? By using the looping statements, correct? Because if it is 5 or 4 or 100 or whatever, so we have to write it using the for loop. Yes. Okay. I just forgot this statement. Here. Now, I wanted to know the length of it. So system.out.println, what I have to do if you want the length, see. When I say A, where it is stored all the values of A of 0, A of 1, A of 2, A of 3, A of 4, where all of these are stored inside A of. Correct? So I'm using A dot. When I say dot, all the predefined methods that are applicable will be printed. See, a dot clone equals hash code to string to get class, everything, wait, notify all. Okay. But I want the length right now. See. So I'll say a dot length. So now what is the length according to you? It is 5, right? So let's see what is. See, 5. Because that is what you gave here, and all of this are giving you all the elements. I'll say for int I is equal to 0, I less than or equal to, you can say a dot length I dot out dot println, print the value of array. Just run as Java application. Now see, you're getting what is the length is 5. 5 is printed. Next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 is also printed. Okay, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 is printed. But here it is saying array index out of bound exception because you are trying to print some another value. So yes, so when you'll get this exception. Now, let's say you have only 5 as a size, but now let's say I'm also trying to give a of 5, which is of 60. So what it says, this is 6th element, right? But what is my size? It's only 5. But when I'm trying to give 6 elements, then if you observe, it will throw array index out of bound exception. Why it is throwing array index out of bound exception? Because when I gave size, array size as 5, and it is saying you gave only array size as 5 and you're trying to enter the 6th element over there. Okay, so here if you observe, it is showing the line number also. Where is the line number? This is 16. Here is what you made the mistake. Okay, that is how it is showing. Here now just comment this. Also comment this if required. Now run this. You also don't require to run this. Now what should happen? 10, 20, 30, 40 will be printed. Okay, so 10, 20, 30, 40 is printed. But when I gave size, I have commented the last one. Okay. So that is why we are getting a 0. So why are we getting 0? Because we did not give any value. Okay. So the default value that you'll be getting is 0 in arrays for integer values. Okay. If it is string, then you'll get it as null. When you have only one statement, you don't have to close the looping statements and open the looping statements also. So when I say equal to, so that is how it is causing the problem here now. It will print only the values. 10. What is the current value? 10, next 20, next 30, next 40. And I have given 50, but this is in commenting state. Right? So it is thinking that I did not allocate any value. That is the reason it is taking 0. So why it is thinking that it doesn't give any value? Because it is being commented. So the lines that are being commented or which is in a green color will be ignored by the compiler and it will not allow that to be printed here. Clear? Any questions? Okay, so this is how we usually give with all the different kinds of elements. Now, if you want me to use it for string, so how we can do it for string? Same, we don't have much things. String arrays. So as it is a number, we just used integer. But if it is a string, then what we are supposed to do? Instead of integer, so we'll be giving string. Okay. I'll say string A is equals to new string. Okay, so now when I say string is nothing but it's a collection of characters, right? So hi. So here I'll say welcome to HKR Trainings. Okay. Yeah. So now just run this. So for loop, what are the two brackets that are open here? One is for the class, one is for the main method. Okay, so one was for class and one is for main method. Just run as Java application. See what is it throwing? It's saying hi, welcome to HKR Trainings. So let's debug. Here we don't have to keep any value debugging points. Okay. But still let us debug. So debug as okay. So it is been going into this folder. So debug as Java. So now if you observe, it is here inside the string. So what is the string A? Do we have anything? It says all the values from 0 to 4 are null. Why? Because all these values are not yet allocated. So now if you come, what's the current value? See, A has been updated to high. Next, if you go again down, it will be updated to welcome. So next, you'll be having it as welcome. Now, if you observe what happens, so just try to look at the values. Welcome to. Now, what is the third one? Let's say it should be HKR, right? So just mouse over, you'll able to see it as HKR. Okay, next, trainings. Then you are able to see hi, welcome to HKR Trainings. So here also it has been updated. Now it is checking in the for loop. Just step over ahead to see the values. So I value is 0. So 0 is less than what is the length? 5. So 0 less than 5 is true. So when 0 less than 5 is true, so what should be printed? This high should be printed. Okay, now high is printed. Then again, I value is incremented. So now it says 1. So 1 less than or equal to 5 is true. So what happens for A of 1? It is welcome. Next, again, value is incremented. It is 2. And then 2. What is 2? 2 is there. It will be printed. Next, again, the value gets incremented. Then what's the value? It is 3. So what's the value of 3? It is HKR. So HKR is printed. Next, again, it goes to 4. And again, if it is 4, training. So training is printed. Next, again, it goes. As we don't have anything, it will pause here. Okay. Hi, hello, welcome to HKR Trainings is your output. If it is an integer, you'll be giving here with int. If it is a string, you'll be giving here with a string. And if it is a number, here you'll be giving a number where it is not enclosed with a double quotes or single quotes. But if it is a string, it will be enclosed with a double quotes. If it's a character, so replace string with a char, C-H-A-R, and it should be enclosed with a single quote. Clear? Okay. Now, let me show you with some another example and arrays. So in this arrays, you'll be having two kinds of arrays. So what are those two kinds of an array? One is multi-dimensional array and the other one is single array. Okay. Single dimensional array and two-dimensional array. I hope you already know about 1D array and 2D arrays, right? So 1D array is nothing but one-dimensional array. 2D array is nothing but two-dimensional array. Okay, so this two-dimensional array is also called as multi-dimensional array. Okay, so now when you know the size, you are using the size, stating it as new string of 5. Clear? But when you don't know the size, and if you wanted to give, then this is how we need to. So arrays without specifying the size. Size using for each. Okay, make sure that using for each loop. Okay, now, so how we have written this? Int a is equals to new int of, so you just specified the size here, correct? Now, I don't know whether I have to give only 5s. I'm not sure about the requirement. Let's say now in the training which I have taken, let's say I have only 5 students. Okay, so one is A, one is B, one is C, D, E are my student names. So I'm entering 5 sizes, fine. But I don't know in the next batch how many students will be entered. Okay, so I'll say int A array, right? So let me give something like this is equals to, this is how we'll be giving our size 10, 20, 30. Okay, flower brackets. Done. This is by specifying the size. This one without specifying the size. Here now, if you are using for loop or for each loop, so what were we doing? So system.out.println. Okay, I was trying to take the length of it, right? Then again, I'm saying for int I equals 0, I less than ar dot length, then I plus plus system.out.println, we'll be getting ar of I. Correct? So this is what we did previously. Now let us see what we'll be getting as an output. So you are getting array.length, which is 10, 20, 30. So how many elements are there? Only 3 elements. Okay, so 3 is printed. Array.length is 3 elements, which are 10, 20, 30. Next 10, 20, 30 is also printed. But this is using for loop. Okay, so what is this? I is equals to 0 is initialization. AR.length is a condition, and this is an incrementation or a decrementation operator. Okay, so now I'm just commenting this. So how do we comment this? / asterisk, and then this is what I need to asterisk and slash, where I'll be giving comment for all of these lines. If it is multiple lines, this is how we need to comment. Okay, if it is a single line, you'll be commenting like this. And then Java. Clear? Okay, as you don't have anything to be printed, all of this are given in a comment, so nothing is printed here. So I'm using for each loop. So for each loop, you don't have to initialize, you don't have to give the condition or increment or decrement operator is not required. So where are we storing our values? We are storing our values in AR, right? So now what am I doing is all of these AR values, I'm trying to throw it in I. So what is the return type, data type? It should be integer because they are the numbers. So I'll say int AR system.out.println. I'll ask to print AR of I. Okay. So now what is this AR? So AR values are 10, 20, and 30. 10, 20, and 30, right? So all of these 10, 20, and 30 will be allocated into the I variable. So now what is the I values that are holding? Same 10, 20, and 30. Okay, so if you come down, then it will be printing all the values 10, 20, and 30. Just debug it. Run as Java application. You'll be getting all the values 10, 20, and 30. Okay, you're getting array index out of bound exception. And you know why you're getting that? Okay. Now just run as Java application. So you're still getting array index out of bound exception. So any idea on why you're getting this? Have a smaller and a closer look, you'll understand. Class name is given, you did not have to specify the size. And you set AR 10, 20, 30. 3 elements are given. And I set AR values which are there will be allocated for I. Okay, then I'm just using the system.out.println. Then I'm saying this values, I values to be printed. Okay. Now just see. So what is the I value? As I don't have AR of to be printed, so I can it will directly print the values of I, 10, 20, and 30. Clear? So far, do you have any questions? Hope you are understanding this session. What is the declaration of arrays and all, right? So can you tell me what is an array? So array is called as a collection of elements with a similar data type. Let's say now if you wanted to use only the data that belongs to integer, so you're supposed to give only int as data type. If you are giving only for strings, then you have to give string as a data type. If it is a character, you have to give it as a character. Okay. So now let me show you by using our code in Eclipse. So we just saw one-dimensional array as well. So we'll be seeing multi-dimensional array. Okay, so what are the benefits of an array? That you can take whatever the elements that are required to you. Okay, so here it is. Let's say that you wanted an index of, if you want a value of A, okay, so then you have to give A of 4 so that you'll be getting a value A will be printed. Let's say if C value is required, so you'll be using A of 6. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are something called as index. Okay. So now 200, 201, where this has been stored. Okay, the values where it is stored, it is called as a memory location. So these are the values, 200, 201 are the memory values where it is stored. So yesterday we saw this, right? Array example, like how to print each and every value. So next we also saw if there are multiple, if 1 to 5 or 1 to 10 is fine. But what if you have more than hundreds of values? So in that case, we are supposed to use this for loop. So what's this? Initialization. This is the condition. This is the incrementation part or a decrementation part. So here I just specify the size called as 5. Okay. Now without specifying the size, because sometimes you don't know what is the requirement. Now, as you know that we are only 5 students, let's assume that you need to enter only 5 students details. So you are giving 5. But what if you don't know the count of students? Okay, so then we'll be using this 10, 20, 30, something like this. And then this is how we use using a for each loop. So whatever the array values are there, these are 0, 1, 2, right? So array of 0 is 10, array of 1 is 20, array of 2 is 30. Now I gave I is equals to 0, I less than of array dot length. So what is array of length is 3. I asked to increment the value, so 10, 20, 30 will be printed. So this is basic, this is called as for loop, basic for loop, okay. And then you'll be called, then you'll say it as for each loop, advanced for loop. So this is for each, okay, where whatever the AR values or the array values 10, 20, 30 has been stored in this variable, right? So I just use this variable and I'm just dragging all of this, copying into this variable called as I. Okay, so what is the data type? If it is 10, 20, 30, the data type will be int, right? So now I'm just using system.out.println. That's it. So you'll be getting, what is the output that you'll get? It's 10, 20, and 30. Okay. And then similarly, now as it is only regarding integer, we just tried with giving a data type as int. That is fine. Now, if it is a string, how to do if it is a string? So here instead of integer, we'll be giving string a is equals to new string of, but though it is a string, you also need to store the values, right? So how can you fetch the values? Based on the index values itself. So I gave for int I is equals to 0, I less than a dot length. Okay, all of this will be same. Just instead of int string will be changed, and here the string is nothing but it is a collection of characters, right? So for giving collection of characters, it should be enclosed with a double quotes. So that is the reason we just gave this. Clear with this? Hope you are clear. Okay. So now I'll just show you the program on how you can add the sum of array elements. This is a class sum of array elements. This is a program. Okay. Okay, so let me say int a of is equals to same new int of. Okay. So now what is the values that I need to enter? Any values. So 100, 200, 3, 4, 500. Okay. Clear with this? Now, here this is saying us that we can store any number of elements. Here you can give 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, and not only that, 6, 7, 8. It can go on. Okay. So here you don't have to write new int of because you're not specifying any. Clear? Now, my point, let me write it and show you on the paint box so that you'll understand what is my requirement. Okay. So now, let's say all of these values have been stored in this. Okay, this is an array. So 100 is stored. Next 200, 300, 400, and then 500 is stored. Okay. So what is the index value of 100? 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. So I want all of these values to be printed, which is from 100 to 500, and also the sum of this. Okay. So what does 100 plus 200 gives? It gives 300. So 300 plus 300 will give you 600. 600 plus 400 will give you 1000. And here you'll be getting 1500, right? So now I want the sum of all of this, where you'll be getting the value as 1500 is your sum. Clear? That is our requirement. So let's see how we can write. So to make, I'm just declaring the variable called as sum. So I'm just initializing the value with 0 here. So in the for each loop, int I. So what am I doing? All the a values has been thrown into I variable. Clear? So system.out.println of I. Okay. So now let's see what is the output that you'll get. 100, 200, 300, 400, and 500. Okay. Why? Because 0, first 0 has been, till we did not use this sum variable. See, if you observe here, it is throwing some yellow color, right? Which is saying that this variable is not yet used. I'll just mouse over C. The value of local variable sum is not used. Okay, so for that reason, now we are supposed to use the variable as well, right? So to use this variable, what we need to do? So I have to add this 0 with all of these values. Okay, so in that case, I'll say, what is the sum value? Sum value right now is 0. So I'll say sum plus, what is the I value? Whatever the a values are stored. So what is a of 0? It will be 100. 100 will be stored here and 100 is been printing here. Next, again it goes, what is the next value of a? It is 200. 200 will be stored in I and 200 is printed. Next 300, next 400, next 500. Okay, so similarly here I'll be saying sum is equals to sum plus I. When I say sum plus I, what is the current value of sum? It is 0, right? So 0 plus I. So what is I value? First I, it is 100. 0 plus 100. Okay. So next again it goes up. Next again it validates. So next again plus 200 plus 300 plus 400 plus 500. Okay. Let me debug this and show it to you so that it will be clear. Okay, so now what is the value? What's the current value of I? 100. Okay, because it is a first value. Next, come down. So if you observe I value, 100 has been already printed here. Clear? Next, again go. So now what is the sum value? Sum plus I. So what is the sum value? 0. So 0 plus 100. So just mouse over 100. 100. And then what is the I value? This has been printed and it is stored in sum. So what is the sum value? sum is 0, 0 plus I, which is 100. So 0 plus 100 is stored here. Next. So now I value is 200. Then again 200 is printed. Okay, we went inside the class. That's fine. Okay, just step over. See, now 200 is printed. Next again it comes 300. See, what's the current value of I? It is 300. Then again just go 300 is printed. Next again 4. Next 500 is printed. Okay, what is the sum? Right now sum is 1000. Next again it goes up. And now 500 is already added. Okay, so when 500 is added, okay, it is not showing anything. But now it will show sum as 1500 here. Okay, so when 1500 is done, it will exit out of the loop. But what was our requirement? You need the value of sum to be printed. So why you are not able to see? Because you have to use it here. Okay, just use run as Java application. Are you getting this? 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, all the values of arrays and the sum of array. Okay, so instead you can say sum of given arrays Okay, so this is how you can use it. So now you'll have an idea. See, this is sum of given array elements, which is 1500. 5 plus 4 is 9, 9 plus 3 is 12, 12 plus 2 1400, 1400 plus 100 is giving you 1500. Clear with this? Okay, so now we saw on how to declare an array, how to store elements in an array, and how to read the elements from an array. How we are reading by using this for and for each loop. Okay, so how to store elements without a limit. This is how we were using. Okay, now let me tell you, like 500 is already used, right? So I'll give 600. So now you have to get 2100, right? So let me see. They'll be getting 2100. Okay, 600, then 700, next 800, next 900, next 3000. Okay, wait, you don't have any limit. Okay, now observe this. What is the value that you're getting? See, given array is 5500. Correct? Clear? So which means we don't have any specified limit for this. So that's the reason we can add or remove any particular elements. Okay, now this is clear to you. Correct? For example, let's say we just saw storing all the arrays. We are using only either int or either string. Correct? In the string, we just used only the string values, and in arrays, we just used only the int values. Correct? And if it is char, you can also say char a is equals to new char of, and then you can give all the values that can be printed. If you want, let me show you some small code. Char c is equals to new char of. Okay, so this is how we can give. And now, okay, instead of char, let me make it as a. B, C, D. Okay, so this is how you have to give it. Now, why you're getting an error? Because you did not specify any size. Clear? This is how you need to do for char run as Java application. Now let's see. See, you're getting I don't want only one data type. What if I need all the mixing of elements? Okay, one I want integer, one I want character, one I want string. So how to do it? Okay, so this is how you are supposed to use. Now, let's say we don't. We don't require using only one kind of a data type. I want to use all the different kinds of data type, right? So how we can use it? If you want to use different, so there is some class called as an object class. Okay, so how we can use this object class? How we can use the object class? Any idea? Okay, so let me tell you how we can use this object class. Okay, this is a mixing of all the data types. So similarly, how you give for char, string and all. Okay, in a similar way itself, we are supposed to use the object class. So let me give an example. Object class example. Okay, so in that case, how we can do it? Object C is equals to new object. Okay, so what's the object size? Let me give you 5 or 4. Any size can be used. Okay, now you're getting this error because O should be uppercase. Or else you can just mouse over on it so that it will automatically change. So A of or C of 0. We just gave C here, right? So you're supposed to use C itself. C of 0 is equal to 10. Okay, so C of 0 is 10. Now, if you wanted to use for the string or for the character, so A of 1. So what's this A of 1? I'll give some float value or double value, something in the decimal point. Okay, then again I'll give C of. So what's C of 2 value? I'll give string. Welcome. Okay, then I'll give C of 3, which is a character. Okay, and you can also give the Boolean value. What's the Boolean value? You can use true or you can also use false. So as we have given C, you cannot give A. Okay. So C. Now, what we did previously, instead of object class, we just used, if it is an integer, we just used integer. If it's a string, if we used only string, right? So now if you wanted to loop all the elements, what are we supposed to do? C. Okay, I'm just keeping all of these elements in I. Now, should I use in? If I use in, rest of the data types, you'll be getting only one, which is 10, but rest of the data types are different. So we have to use object class. Okay. Now, just ask to print system.out.println. What are we asking? Print the I value. Okay, why I value? So all 10, 20.5, welcome is true. All of this will be printed in the I value itself. Okay, so run as Java application. Okay, see, all the values have been printed. Okay, this is helpful when you are trying to enter some employee details or student details and all. Clear? Any questions on this? No, right? Okay. Okay. So let me show you multi-dimensional array as well. Now this is a single dimensional array, right? So when we are talking about two-dimensional array or multi-dimensional arrays, one and the same. Now let me show you. Here I have a value called 10. Here 20. This is 30, 40, 50, 60. Okay. So now this is the rows value, column value. So 0, 0, 1, 0, 2. Right. When I ask the value of previously what we have done, if I say a of 0, you'll be getting this 10. If I ask a value of a of 1, they'll be getting 200. As we have rows, these refer to rows. Okay. And this refers for columns. So when you want these columns and rows, so you are supposed to use like this. A of 0, 0 is equals to 10. A of 0, 1 is equals to something like this. Okay. This is how we are supposed to use values. Now let me show you how we can write some code for dimensional array. Okay. So giving spaces is not a valid scenario in this. Okay, so don't give spaces for class name. So when you're using two, right? So which refers one for rows and one for columns. So I'll say int array is equal to new in. Okay, so let's give some size specified for this. So 2 rows, 3 columns, 3 rows, 3 columns, something like that. Okay, let us give 3, 3 itself. 3 rows, 3 columns. So now ARR, so we have to allocate the values. So what are the values that we have taken here? So let's use the same. Okay, so 2 rows and 1 column is what we have taken, right? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and 60. So let's use the same thing. So 0, 0 is giving you 10. Array of 20. Sorry. Six. Okay, what is that? 0, 0, 0, 1, and then 1, 0, 1, 1. Okay, so 1, 0, 1, 1. 2 zeros, 2, 1. If you want to add, you can add whatever that are required to you. But right now we are using only this. Okay. So now if you wanted to print, what you can directly say system.println, print all the values, or else you can directly use the for each loop. Correct? ARR. So what's this? This is int data type, right? Int. The system.println now. I is what we need to use. So why are we getting this message? This is a kind of an error that we are getting. Okay. So cannot convert from element so and so this to this. So we have 2. Is this the right way to use it? Do you think that this is the right way to use it? No, right? So now I'll just show you with a for loop and you can try to use it with a for each. Yeah. Here you're supposed to use it for, I'll say int. What are the row values? It is still 1. Okay. So if you observe, 0, 1, 2 are row values and 1 is a column values. So now I have to say int from where we are supposed to start 0. I less than or equal to 3. I plus plus. Okay. So when the outer loop is correct, like 0, 0 is correct, then it should also enter into the 0, 1. Okay. So for that, inside for loop, we are also writing this j is equals to 0, j less than or equal to 3, something like this, and then again j plus plus. Okay. So we don't want, let me give this j plus plus. Then try to print the values. System.println array of I, and then this is j. Okay, so give some space. Now, so all of these are done right now. Let me show you by running. See, observe this. You got 10, 20, and then again you got 0. Why? Because 0, 0, okay, 0, 1, you got 20. But you gave here till 3, right? So that is why you got 0. Next again, 1, 0 is 30, 40. Next again, the third element did not give anything, 0. 50, 60, and next you did not give anything, so 0. And then here it is saying array index sort of one exception because you gave only 3 and you are trying to enter some more values. Okay, so let's give is only 2 rows and 1 column. And when you want this to be with a space, now let's run this. Okay, it's saying array index out of 1 exception, index 1 out of bound for length 1. Okay, so now how are we supposed to write this? So 3 less than or equal to 3 is not so. So we just used only 2, and here also we just used only 1. So j less than or equal to, give it something like 1. Here you can give more. That's not a big deal. Okay, whatever the size that is required to you. So when I say 2 rows, 0, 0, this is already done. Correct. Next 1, 1. Next 2, 2 is already done. So 0, 1. Now run as Java application. It is throwing an error stating that it is on the line number 10. Okay, just because of this. Let me give 3 and then let me give 2. Okay, so this is how you are getting 10, 20, which is for only 0 rows. Next again you're getting 30, 40. Next again you're getting 56. Okay. So now this is by specifying the size. So how to do without specifying the size for multidimensional array? I'll just show you how we can do that. Without specifying the size. So how did we do without specifying the size? I'll say int array is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Now we are getting this yellow color mark, which because of the variable that is not yet used. Okay, so now I'll say for int I equals 0, less than or equal to 3. I'm trying to increment the value of I. Then again same with j equals 0, less than or equal to 3, j plus plus. I'll just show by debugging so that it will be more easier to you. Array I C plus give some space. Okay, so then after this, why are we getting error? Because we did not specify data. Let's debug. I'll just show you how it works by debugging, then it will be easier for you to understand. Okay. So 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. So just remove equal to. That is why you are getting the problem. Now just run and see this. So you'll not get any problem. But to validate the spaces in between them, after the for loop, we can give the statement system order println for the space. Okay, so this is one matrix, this is one matrix, and this is another matrix. So if you now I told everything to be printed in each and every line. So that is why we are getting this, but I don't want to print in the format of this in the line. I want in the matrix format. So remove ln and run this. This is how we will be getting the values. See 1, 2, 3. Next one is 4, 5, 6. Next one is 7, 8, 9. Clear? So now let's debug this and try to understand the logic. Just come down. What is the current value of I? It is 0. So 0 less than or equal to 3 is true, right? So now when it is true, it came down. So it is in J. So what's the value of J? 0. So 0, this is also true, right? So now 0 is true and here also it is true. So what is the value of 0, 0? This one, 1, right? So now it will print this 1. Next again, if it goes up, so it will be in the inner loop itself. So 0, 1. So what's the value of 0, 1? It is 2. Correct. Then again it is going loop. Okay. So again now J value is 2. So 0, 1, 2. So 0, 2 is giving you 1, 2, 3 is done. So now again I told less than 3. I did not say 3 less than or equal to. Okay. So less than 3 means 2. So yes, the condition is true, and when it is becoming 3, so condition will be false. So it will exit out of the loop. Okay, done. Next again, now I value will be incremented by row, which states I as 1. Okay, so 1 less than or equal to 3 is also true. So now it says 1, 0. Next, come down. Okay, so what's the value of 1, 0? It is 4. So 1, 0, 4 will be printed. Next, So next 1, 1. Okay. So next 1, 1 value will be printed. So which is 5. Next 1. Okay, 4, 5, 6. Next. Again, same, again coming out of the loop. So next it will be increment, I value will be incremented. So if you observe what is the J value currently, I value is 2, then again J value will be 0. So 2, 0, it will be giving you 7. Next 2, 1, 8, 9. Okay. So done with the printing statement. So 7, 8, 9 is done. So if you observe here in the 19th line, the line has been highlighted because it has done exiting the loop. Clear with the multidimensional array? Any questions? So when you'll be getting array index out of one exception, when the given size is more, okay, so let's say that you are trying to enter only 3 elements, but you are trying to fetch the value of 5th element or 6th element, then it will throw the array index out of one exception. Okay, let me show you with a small, simple one. We gave size as 5, right? So let me give this. So when it is size of 5, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, here itself, the 5 values have been entered. But this is a 6th element. Now it will throw the array index out of one exception. Because you are running out of the size which you have specified. So when you are specifying the size of 5, so memory will give only space for 5 where you are supposed to store only the 5 values. Okay, when you are entering the 6, it throws an exception. Okay, clear with this? Array index out of one exception. And if you are not giving any particular value, let's say I'm just commenting this A of 4. So what happens defaultly, it will throw 0 for integer and null for string. See, you are getting 0. Now, if I comment this also, what do you mean by commenting the lines? So if you are commenting the lines, the compiler and the JVM will ignore whatever the things that are present. So now it doesn't have any value inside the A of 3. So it will print 0 and 0. Hope you are clear with this arrays. Any questions? Okay. So let's say now addition of 2 matrices. So do you have any idea on how to add? Let me show you. Okay. So let's say that you have this. I think you already know about what is a matrix, right? So 3, 4, 5. So this is one matrix. Okay. So plus this is some another matrix 2, 4, 6, 8, 2, 1. Okay. So this element should be added with this. This element should be added with this. And this one with this. Okay. So this is the addition of matrix. So what happens in the addition of matrix? Let me show you. Write the logic for this. I'll just show just addition of matrix and you can try for multiplication of matrix. So what is an array? It is a data structure where it is a collection of elements with a similar data types and the index starts with 0. Now this, let's assume that this is my A matrix. Okay, so 1, 3, 4. Okay, and let me give something like 3, 4, 5. Next. So you are done with A matrix. So let's give the B matrix. In B. When we're talking about matrix, right, you'll be having rows and columns, right? So one, A will be referring for rows and B will be referring for columns. 1. Let's give me this B4, comma, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we got 2 commas here. That's why it's throwing an error. Now, so what do you need in the C matrix? Addition of this is nothing but A of whatever the I row j column plus B row I column and j column, right? So now 0, this 2 plus 1, 3 will be added. So 3 will be one matrix, 3 plus 4, 7, 4 plus 4, 8, 3 plus 8, 11, 4 plus 2, 6, something like this. Okay, so this is the C matrix that you'll be getting. So to get the sum, this is how you'll be writing the code for sum matrix. Let's say that int sum matrix is equals to A of plus B of. Is this the right thing? So now how many values that we gave? There are only 2 rows, right? So I'll say int array is equals to new int of, and then I'm just specifying the size, stating that 2 rows and then 3 columns, correct? Because 1, 1 and then 3, 4, 5. Clear with this? So now I'm just looping the statement stating int I is 0, I less than or equal to 2, I plus plus. Then if the outer loop is correct, then only it will enter into the inner loop. So I'll say int j is 0, j less than or equal to 3, and then say incremental. Okay, so now we just gave the values. So if both of them are correct, so we are supposed to use the sum, right? So I'll say sum row column is equals to A of row, then column, then say B, I, C. Clear? So now system order println. So what's the value that you have to get? Is the sum. Okay, so sum of ith row, j column, and then just give some space in between them. That would be fine. Now this loop has been done, so system.out.print. Okay, so now let's observe what it says. It is saying 2, 6, 8, 6, 8, 10. Okay, so you are getting array index out of 1 exception in the 19th line here. I got it. Why you will be getting array index out of 1 exception? Because you are trying to enter and fetch the more values within the specified size. Okay, so here you can give. Now we will not get any array index out of 1 exception. Okay, 2, 6, 8, 6, 8, 10. But this is not the matrix format, right? So I'll be removing this ln. And now let's see. Here, 2, 6, 8, 6, 8, 10. Similarly, if you wanted to add another row, you can add it here by giving indices equals to. So then you'll be facing the third line also. So here you have to write plus C of I of J, and then use some another column, another loop for that. So we are done with arrays tilted. Okay, so what is an array? We are done with this arrays, single dimensional array, multidimensional array. This is how the multidimensional array is all about. Now we have collections in our hand. Okay, so why are we using this collections? There is some concept called as an interfaces basically. Okay, so for that interfaces, we have few other things that we need to go with. So this is a vast subject. Okay, the collections is a vast subject, but let me give you an overview on what is a collections. Okay, collection is just a framework, okay, which helps you to store the values of an object. Okay, just like an array list, you'll be having interfaces, linked list, preset, hash set, hash map, priority queues, and all. Okay. So what is this? Which helps you in giving some set of classes and interfaces. Okay, so the interfaces where we are implementing all of this kind of things is something which is called as a collection. So in the collections, we have many other things, different kinds of interfaces like iterable interface, collection interface. So what is an interface? It is just, it helps you by extending some classes or extending some interfaces. Okay, so we can see that in the further sessions, like what is a list interface. Now, let me give you some example on what is a list interface. Okay, so we'll have some child interfaces. Okay, what is a collection interface is a parent. We'll be having list interface, which is the child of collection interface. Okay, it will help you to give the data structure in which we are storing and what is the ordered collection, whether it will be in a sequential order or whether it will allow some duplicate values or not. Okay, all of this comes under collections. Okay, and then you'll be having some different kind of stuff. So array list, see here you can observe all of this, which is implementing the list interface, helps to store the duplicate elements. But whereas here it uses double linked list to store, and in few cases it will not allow you to store, just like array list which we saw. Okay, so in the linked list, or you'll be having array list. So in the array list, what happens is you cannot, it helps you in storing the duplicate elements of a different data types. So the insertion order, you have to check whether it is maintaining the insertion order, or whether it is synchronized, non-synchronized, whether the elements are being storing in the array list or not. Okay, so all of this comes into the picture. Okay, so these are the classes. So stack is a subclass of vector class. So what is a vector class? It is some dynamic array to store the data elements, which is similar to the array list. We just saw on how is an array list. Okay, it is similar to whatever the program that you have done, but we have to import few classes called as array list. Okay, array list, vector list, linked list, tree set, tree map, hash set, hash map. All of this are the predefined classes where you'll be having predefined classes and the methods for it. Okay, so now we are done with the collections as well. Our next topic would be OOPS concepts. Okay, I'll just show you in a. Okay, so to understand in OOPS concept, you need to know about what is class, what is an object, what is encapsulation, what is an inheritance, what is abstraction. Okay, so these are all the things that you need to understand. Now, if I tell you about what is a class or what is an object. Okay, so class is nothing but it's a blueprint for creating an object. Okay, so let me give you some small example. So class will help you in identifying the things. Okay, let me show you by giving some small example. Okay, so object is nothing but it is a real world entity which exists in a real world. So what all comes under objects? Let's say you'll be having monkey or car or book, pen, a person name, watch, keyboard, mouse, monitor, whatever the things that is existing in a real world comes under object. Okay, so now object is nothing but it's a real world entity which is existing in a real world with a physical presence. It might be a living thing or it can also be a non-living thing. Okay, so what are all those things that comes into the picture, like monkey, car, book, pen, whatever that comes into your mind. Okay, so what is a class? Okay, so class is nothing but we classify the objects by grouping them. Okay, so we can group them according to their characteristics. So classes are the basic structure, or you can say that it's a blueprint or a template from where objects are created. Okay, so these structures define all the properties and behavior of a particular object. So now let me show you what will be the object and what is a class. Okay, now we have a car here. So what's a car? This car will be a class. As I told you that class is something which is a basic template or a blueprint, right? So from this car itself, what are the things that you'll have? Different kinds of Ford, BMW, Lamborghini, or whatever nano car or whatever that comes into your mind. Okay, so these for a Ford car, BMW car, nano car, all of these comes under the objects. Okay, so what is a class? Class is just a blueprint or a template which helps in grouping them according to their characteristics. Okay, so classes are the basic structures, which is a template where the objects are created. It helps in defining their properties and behavior. So if you have a Ford car, you'll be having their different functionalities of it. If it's a BMW, you'll have some different kind of things that you need to validate. Is like what is the mileage? What are the features that we have in a nano car? Okay, what is the basic template? The basic template is you'll be having engine, you'll be having the mileage, you'll be having the steering. Okay, so this is the basic structure, but additional features comes under the objects. Clear? Now let me give you some small another example. You can take another example as phone. Here I'll be writing phone. So in the phone, what are the different kinds of phones? Samsung is one, and then Apple phone is one, and whatever things that comes into your mind, Vivo, Nokia, Oppo. So all of these are objects and phone is a class. Clear? Okay, so what's the first thing that we need to understand? So first we need to create the class and then we have to create an object of the particular class. Correct. So now we have created a class called as car and then only we have created the objects for it, right? So class is said to be a logical entity, whereas object is said to be a real world entity. Okay. Now what's an object? It's an instance of class, okay, with the real objects. So now let me show you one example. If you are taking now object as your mobile phone, okay. So what's the physical appearance of that object? It will contain size. It will have the color or the screen type or the model, right? Which means all of the size, color, screen type, and model of a phone is telling you that that is the data or attribute or properties or the characteristics of the mobile. Okay. So what is data generally? So generally the data is something which tells you how the object looks like. If I talk about mobile phone, okay, what is the purpose? What is the behavior? Okay, so behavior is nothing but like making call, playing games. What's the working style of it? Listening to the music. Okay, all of this comes under the behavior. Okay, so what are the properties or characteristics? The size, color, screen type, model, what is the model of it, all comes under the characteristics. Okay. Now, so there are some different kinds of oops. So all the concepts that comes under OOPS are nothing but you'll have inheritance, abstraction, encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, method overloading, overriding. So all of this. Okay. Now, so tell you this, you have to know what is an abstraction. What is an abstraction according to you? Abstraction is nothing but it enables us to focus on some essential things. Okay, what do you mean by focusing on essential things and ignoring the non-essential things? Okay, abstraction name itself is telling you that it focus on some important things and ignore some things which are not required. Give me a minute, I'll just. Okay. So now what is an abstraction? Enables you to focus on some essential things and ignore the non-essential things which are not required to you. Okay. So in OOPS, what we generally do, we'll create objects. And we'll be using the particular objects, right? And you don't have to know about the details of and usage of their implementation. Okay. So now what usually happens is we can hide some unnecessary data from the user and expose only the data that is useful for the user. See, if you're, let's say that you have an application where you're able to figure out everything what the company is doing, that is not the right scenario, right? So what does the banks also do? It will give you some functionalities implementation where you are able to see, and it will ignore all the things like backend stuff, showing what is happening in the backend, like how you are able to get your loan and how on what basis it is fetching your balance and all. Okay, it is not required to. And also, let me give you a smaller example. Let's say that you have your mobile phone. Okay, so in the mobile phone, the user will not be knowing what is underlying the technology that makes mobile communication possible, correct? And what kind of transmission media that they are using. And what is the software that they have designed for? What is the language of the software they are using in the mobile phones? Right. So it happens similarly in the case of car driving or four-wheelers or two-wheelers. Okay, what happens is the person who is running the bike or the car just needs to know about the parts, only few parts like engine, what's the battery, and what's the electrical equipment, right? The user should know how to drive, and it does not require any knowledge of every detail about the part. Correct? Does he really need how the engine is going on or how the shock absorbers are working and all? It is not required to him. So he is just focusing on the essential thing which is required to him. Despite giving some accelerator, way to give clutch, way he is supposed to give gears, where he's supposed to use the brakes. Okay, so these are the essential things that is required for the user. What are the non-essential things? How is the engine working and how is the battery? How is the mileage working, and some electrical equipment, how the air regarding the airbags and all. Okay, all of this stuff is not required for the user. Okay, so that is said to be an abstraction. Hope you are clear with what is an abstraction now. We also have something called as an encapsulation, and in the abstraction we have abstract classes also. So the point that you need to remember is abstract class has only the definition where you don't have any implementation. Okay, so abstraction can be able to achieve using the abstract classes and only the interfaces. Okay, now let's come to encapsulation. So what's an encapsulation? It is a mechanism where it will bind the variable and a method inside it. That is said to be an encapsulation. Okay, let's say that you have a capsule. Okay, so the capsule which has several medicines. Okay, so if we take a class, we are writing some variables and method inside the class. So that is said to be the class is binding them together. Okay, so what will be the examples? The class itself will be the example. See, now let me show you. So what's this? Addition of matrix using array is a class, right? And these are the variables and these are the values, which means we are saying that the variables and the combination of methods, okay, that is said to be present inside the class is something that is telling you that the class has been binding them together. So you can say that the class is an example of encapsulation. We can usually also say that it is a processing of wrapping the code and the data together. Okay, so now you might have a doubt on what makes the benefit of it. Okay, so it definitely helps you in hiding your information. I'll just show you how they hide the information in Java. Okay, but it also helps you in reducing your code, reducing the maintenance, and help you in improving your program reliabilities. Okay, just think of a situation where you have a software. Okay, so the software of your mobile phone is being changed by the company. Software is only changed. Okay, let's say that you're using your Apple phone. Okay, so the software inside the Apple has been changed by whom? By the Apple company itself. Okay, but the interface is same. Okay, so though the software may have different features now, and it may move little faster, but you don't depend on the internal parts of your mobile phone to interact with it, right? This is the power of encapsulation. So the internal details of the objects will be hidden to you, so that the underlying implementation can change without causing any problem. Clear? So this is called as an encapsulation. Now we have some another thing that you need to focus upon is polymorphism. Okay, so what is polymorphism? So the word polymorphism came from the Greek word. Okay, so poly means many, forms means forms. Okay, poly means many, morph means forms. So polymorphism is telling you that we have many forms. Okay, which helps you in representing the ability on assuming the several different forms. Okay, which is a future. The polymorphism is a future that has only one interface to be used for the class and also for the action. Okay. So let me give you some real-time examples so that it will be easier for you to understand. Now let's say that there is a single button of your mobile phone where the same button is helping you to dial a number, okay, or sending a message, or even taking a picture. Which means there is only a single button which is allowing you to dial to a particular friend or your relative, or sending a text message, or inserting a picture or taking a photograph. Okay, so all of these are getting done with a single button. Okay, so this is called as a polymorphism, which means it is playing an important role in aligning the objects with the different internal structures. Okay, so let me give you some small example. Okay, I'll just show you with the data and method also. Okay, so now I had a class. Okay, so just ignore this. Now that you have a class. Okay, so what's a class? Let's say shape is a class. And in shape, what are the methods that you'll be having to get some certain shape? You will be using some methods. So drawing some methods. So when shape is a class, so the objects also should be under this, right? So now here you can say that the circle object, correct? And here you can say it is a square object. And here you can say that's a rectangular triangle object. Okay, so what is happening in this object? So all of these objects are using the same method. What's the method? Which is called as draw. Okay. So these are the methods. So here, if you observe, what is the point that you are understanding? Shape here is telling you that it is a class. Correct? So when shape is a class, what is this draw? So draw is a method. Only one thing has been used for multiple purpose. Okay, objects. What are the objects? Circle, square, rectangle are the objects that are present. Okay. Now, you need to understand what is an inheritance. We are done with the polymorphism. We'll have inheritance. So what is an inheritance? Inheritance is the future of OOPS concepts. Okay. So now here we'll be having parent class, base class, child class, subclass, and all of this. Okay. So what do you mean by inheritance? It is a process of creating a new class from a previously defined class. So this is an example for polymorphism. Okay. So now, okay, I'll just give you a small example. Let's say you have a parent, right? You'll be having your mom and dad. So those are parent classes. And your brother comes under the subclass. Okay, so the subclass or the derived class. So you have these different kinds of words: subclass, derived class, parent class, base class. Okay, all of this. Okay, so inheritance is the process of creating a new class from a predefined class, which means now you are the people who are just born from the predefined class, who are your father and mother. Okay, so now, so you also need to know that the inheritance is a relationship which happens between the superclass and subclass. It's a parent class. Okay, so this parent class is also called as a base class or the superclass. So similarly, child class is also called as subclass or a derived class. So why it is called as a derived class? Because this were being derived by your parents. Okay, which means derived from the parent class. Okay. So now what did you understand as far so here if you wanted to understand what are the advantages, then you can say that there is a code reusability. Okay, I'll just when I explain this with the examples, then it will be easier for you to understand. Okay. So now you need to understand that there are different kinds of inheritance. So what are the different kinds of inheritance? Single level inheritance, multi-level inheritance, multiple inheritance, hybrid inheritance, and hierarchical inheritance. So what does all of these inheritances do? Okay. So when we are talking about an inheritance, so single inheritance is telling you that only single parent and single class. Multi-level inheritance will tell you that you have two classes as parent, one parent, subclass, something like that. Okay, hierarchical inheritance and hybrid inheritance. So multi-level inheritance, let me show you with some examples so it will be easier. So this is called as a single inheritance because only one parent class and only one child class. Okay, so if it is a multi-level inheritance, so if it is a multi-level inheritance, what happens? Your grandparent, your parent, and you. Okay, this is said to be multi-level inheritance. Okay, so this class is said to be a parent class or a superclass. Parent or superclass. Now here, if you observe, this is an intermediate class. So you will be an intermediate class because you're acting as a mediator for both of them. Okay, and what is this? This is a child class. Okay, so what do you mean by multi-level? Because you have different levels. So now your grandma will be a super class. Why? Because she's she's acting as a parent for your mother and acting as a nanny to you, which means she's a super class because she is able to access both of the classes. Now, if I'm talking about intermediate class, who's your mama? Okay, she'll be able to access the class only of you. Clear? And then the other child class. Now, this is a multi-level inheritance, which means it shows the heirs of your family. Okay, that is said to be an single level inheritance. Now, when I talk about hierarchical inheritance, so multiple inheritance does not work. I'll just tell you why. So let's say here you have class A, which is a parent class. And here you have class, which is class B, and which is class C. Okay, so now, is this possible that you are trying to send your properties on or inheritance to your parents? No, right? Because you are the one who will be getting their behavior or the properties or the genes from your parents. Does the child get the inheritance properties from the child parent? No, right? So the child will get properties of their parents. That comes under the hierarchical inheritance. So what is hybrid inheritance? Hybrid inheritance is nothing but it is a combination of class A, class B, class C, and class D. I'll just show you on how. Because it is a combination of single inheritance and a hierarchical inheritance. See, let's say this is child class A. Okay, let me combine both of them. This is class A. Okay, and this is class B. And you have class C and class D. This D, let's say this class C and class D are brothers and sisters, or two brothers, two sisters, they are siblings. Okay, so the class B, what is class B? Parent class. For what? For class C and class C. At the same time, it also acts as a child class. For whom? For class A. Okay, got it. So class A, class B comes under the single inheritance. Why? Because only single parent, single child comes under single inheritance, and one parent with two child is nothing but the combination of hierarchical. So the combination of single level inheritance and a hierarchical inheritance gives you the hybrid inheritance. What's it? It's a hybrid inheritance. And we have multiple inheritance, which I told you, right? So we'll be having class A, this is class B, and then you have something called class A, class C. Okay, so you cannot derive anything from your child to parent. No, it is not possible, right? So everything that comes to you will be from your upper generation or from your parents or from your grandparents. But your grandparents will not get the properties of your grandchild, right? That is why multiple inheritance is not possible. Okay. So to support this concept, wherever you have the advantage, definitely you'll have a disadvantage, right? So when you have a disadvantage, again, there will be a new concept that is raised. So for this, multiple inheritance, this is not supported in Java. So this can be supported by using the interface concept only. Okay. Hope you are clear with the inheritance concepts, OOPS concepts. Okay, now let me show you this. So encapsulation, hiding, and implementation. Okay, so there is something which is called as public, private, protected, and default. Okay, these are the access modifiers. Okay, see, now in a program where we are writing, we are always writing public static void main. So which means anyone can use it. Okay. If it is public, everyone can use it. If it is private, then only let me give you some small example. Let's say that you are in a project within the organization. Okay, if you are public, you can use it anywhere within the organization, outside the organization. Okay, within the organization comes under public. So let's say that you have private static void main. Okay, in the private, what happens is it is accessible, but only to you within the project. But for the protected, it is not even possible. It is only for some only dedicated people. Okay, that is protected. So if public, private, protected, three of them are not given, then it comes under the default. So these are the access modifiers. And then the getters are setters are used for just accessing the values. Okay, so encapsulation classes that use encapsulation to predict your data and behavior, which we saw. Okay, so see, this is the ability of an object to in the different kinds of forms. Okay, so these are the having the multiple methods with the same name but with the different parameters is said to be an overloading. And what is an overriding? Defining the methods in a subclass. Okay, if you observe, you are able to see this interface. So what is an interface? Interface name is flight. Okay, what is a method? Method name is a fly. Okay, so there is a class bat and then a class bird. Where it is getting inherited from? It is inherited from flight. So why are we using this implements keyword? When it is an interface, we use a keyword called as implements. Okay, so when it is a class, we'll be using a class name called as an extends. Okay, we'll be using extends and then you'll be give class name. But when it is an interface, you'll be using implements. So here itself, we can see the example, right? Because animal, here this is a superclass, flight, and then you are using bat and bird inside this. Okay. As you already know, what is an overloading? It's just by changing the data type and changing the number of arguments. Okay, but the class name will be same, which is a signature. And when we are talking about the method overriding, which has the same method in the declared part, I'll just show you by programs in the upcoming sessions. Okay, so this is the abstract classes. Okay, hiding implementation details from the user. So it not only hides the implementation details, it says that the things which are not required for the user will not be able to show. So these are the classes that cannot be instantiated. So shape abstract class with a circle and rectangle subclasses. So this is what you saw, right? Okay, so we have this multi-threading concept. So what is this multi-threading? So any idea on what is a thread? Okay, so thread is nothing but it is a flow of execution. Okay, now previously we just ran this program, right? Okay, so every program is a thread. So what is a thread? It is a lightweight process. Okay, so now let's say what is it is said to be if you're having only one program. Right. If you wanted to run only one, then it is fine. But what do you mean by multi-threading? Multi itself is telling you that executing more number of threads simultaneously. Okay, which means we are trying to execute multiple threads parallel. Okay. So what is a thread? Thread is a very lightweight process. Okay. So now which should help in achieving the multitasking. Okay. Now let me tell you that in few cases, I think you already guys know regarding thread.sleep method. Okay, so if I'm asking the user, when the user is asking to do two tasks simultaneously, okay, that is difficult, right? So when I'm asking two things to be done simultaneously, can you do it two things or three things simultaneously? One is by dancing, one cooking, and one you're trying to write a novel. So all of this combining together is not possible, right? So either you have to do any one of the thing, right? Either take the class or serve the food or go do some craft work. Okay, so all of this cannot be combined together. So to combine this, if you wanted to do it, what you can do the first thing, hold on, you'll be keeping this two other programs in a queue. Okay, so here these two programs which are run will be in a sleep mode. Okay, which means it does not block the user because the threads are independent. Okay, which helps you in performing multiple tasks. Okay, which I told you, like, see, if you are trying to gather all the operations together by serving, cooking, dancing, okay, taking class, all of this, okay, this cannot be performed together because this will lead you to some different kind of a confusion and it will not save much of your time, right? So, but when you are talking about the multi-threading in Java, it will run all a few programs in a single output. Okay, so that multiple operations can be done. See, let's say that we have taken the operations in arithmetic operations, addition, subtraction, multiple, all the operators are done. Okay, so which means all the many operations are performed together, so it saved our time. And also you will have this process-based multitasking and thread-based multi-threading. Okay, but let me give you some very small idea on what is the thread. Okay, so this thread class will also provide you the constructors, methods. Okay, so the thread class helps you in extending the object class. So let me give you some small example. Okay, you have a thread states. So what are the different kinds of thread states? So first it is new. Next, if it is active. Next, block, or you can say that the particular thread is waiting to do its work. Okay, then terminated, something like this. Okay, so what is this? So new itself will tell you that yes, the thread has been created. Okay, so when thread has been created, we have to know that it is in a new state, but it is not yet to run. Okay, you cannot run the program. So when you're using active state, it tells you that yes, now I'm in active state, so go call the particular function and finish the task. Okay, so here we'll be having two states, which is called as runnable and running state. Okay, so here that is a deep concept. I'll just give you overview right now. In the further sessions, I'll just treat you by explaining it in a deeper manner. Okay, so now what is waiting? So let me give you some small example. Let's say I have only one printer, okay, and had only one monitor, but there are two people. So how do you share it? Any idea? One student has one printer and the another student has a monitor. Okay, so how this both have to share this? So the first person should wait unless the second person will finish the work. Okay. Now I'm the person who has the printer. Okay, but I don't have a monitor to take the picture of. So I'm taking the monitor, I'm borrowing it from the second user. So where is the second user? So the second user is waiting for me. Okay, so he'll be in a sleep mode. Okay, so now the first user will finish his work, and then the second first user, once he finishes work, he'll be giving the printer to the particular person. So the printer and monitor is present with the second person. So the task of the first person has been done, right? So it doesn't have to wait for any other task. So the program will be terminated. Okay, a halting. Okay, so when a thread has finished its job, then it exists. Okay, so that is what the termination means. So now exactly what happens is sometimes you'll be facing some errors while you're trying to run some different kinds of programs, right? So in that case, instead of getting the output in the later on end, we are trying to use some exceptions. Okay, what are the different kinds of exceptions? Checked exceptions and unchecked exceptions. Okay, so here you'll be checking with the different kind of things. Arithmetic out of bound exception is what something you saw. Okay, and if I give the value 1 and then 1 divided by 0, okay, there again you'll be getting the exception. Okay, and then when the particular file is not present, file IO not found exception. So these are the different many kinds of an exceptions that we just go through. Okay, so these are the different kinds of things which we were discussing. Okay, to extending the thread class, define the class that extends the particular thread class. So you'll be implementing the runnable interface or the running one. This is the example. So this is a thread class. Okay, you need to import this thread class, and HKR thread 1, thread 2 are the variables. Okay, so new thread. So same like int array is equals new int of something which you gave, right? So thread so and so is equals to new thread of. So when I say to start, it is about to start. Okay, but it will not show us immediately. So get name, all of this comes under this will be predefined methods which are in the thread class. Okay. So this is also done. And I was talking to you about this exception handling, right? So what is exception handling? By interrupting the abnormal, so which you can say the abnormal termination of a program. So when there is a program which is going on and you just stopped it in the middle, that is said to be an exception. Okay, so these are different kinds of exceptions, checked, unchecked. Okay, so now throw block, try block, catch block, finally block is there. Okay, so try block will help you in throwing the exception. Catch block will help you in catching the exceptions. Okay, so the final block is something where if the logic is true or false, it doesn't matter. So the code that is present in the final block, it should be executed. Okay, so these are the finally block. So see, used to execute the particular code, regardless whatever the exception is thrown or whatever the logic that you have written. So throw keyword is used to throw the particular exception. Okay, see, this is helpful. Mostly we'll be trying to use this try catch and finally block only. Okay, so this try catch will help you in handling the exceptions. Clear? And then we have this check the exceptions. So this is the exception that occurs at a compile time, which means while you are, so you can say the syntax errors. Okay, so this check the exception, let me show you. Okay, so this exceptions, whenever you are trying to give syntax wrong, okay, something like this, there is some syntax errors. Okay, so now whatever the things that is coming in red color, the Java is case sensitive, right? So you can say this is capital U, M is different and this is different. So these are the syntax errors. So these are the errors which you are able to final by compiling time. Okay, then it is called also check the exceptions. So there will be few exceptions where you'll be getting the value after the runtime, while the runtime. Okay, those are called as unchecked exceptions. So the exceptions that you're getting in the runtime is called as a unchecked exception. So we just saw, right? By trying to provide our index sort of one exception like 1, 0, 1 by 0 will give you some different kind of an exceptions. And if you are specifying a size of 3 and then you are trying to allocate the value something like 5, 6, something like that, then it will also throw the exceptions. Okay, so all of this comes under different kinds of exceptions. So you are trying to fetch some particular file. Okay, and there is no file present with you. So it will throw file IO exception. Okay. This is a program for checked exception and unchecked exceptions. So here we can also create our own exceptions. Okay, so predefined exceptions and the user exceptions. Okay, so now let's say I'll be using try block, catch block for exceptions. Okay, but I wanted to write some my own exceptions. See, these are the common exceptions that we get. So when the null value is used, you'll get null pointer exception. So we also saw this array index sort of one exceptions when the particular range has been crossed. Okay, what is an arithmetic exception? When the operation is not in a proper way. Okay, what is the cyber exceptions? When the particular input and output file has been missing, something like this. Okay, so all of this comes under the exception handling. So to handle all of this, we have this try block, catch block, finale block. Okay, clear? Any questions?